Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the online conference, the challenge or multiple challenges for transatlantic partnerships. A very important and up-to-date topic, as there are many challenges that we could divide in three groups: economics, politics and security. And that's exactly what we are going to focus on today. The European Liberal Forum, the organizer of this event, have chosen a really good time to discuss it all, because in the US, we are still looking at the votes counting, and we are still not finished. But seemingly now with the result in favor of the Democrats, which is sign that there will be a change of the US administration, but nothing is 100% sure yet. What is 100% sure is that we are here thanks to the partners, and we should thank them all. So thank to the Institute for Politics and Society, together with Friedrich Naumann Foundation, Republikon Institute, and Fondazione Luigi Einaudi, and a general media partner being Mafra. Big thanks to all of you. Now let me welcome Jan Macháček, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Institute for Politics and Society, who will open our event. Mr. Macháček, welcome. The stage is yours.
Institute for Politics and Society at today's conference, which we organize with I would like to say that this conference is organized by European Liberal Forum together with us, with the Institute for Politics and Society, who is also, which is also a member of European Liberal Forum, and we cooperate with Friedrich Naumann Foundation. And this conference, as it was mentioned at the opening, will be devoted to transatlantic relationship, and we will divide the conference into three sections. And first section will be devoted to economic relationships and partnership between Europe and North America, so not only United States but also Canada. And second part will be devoted to political relationship, and third part will be devoted to security and defense cooperation and relations. With the economic part, just I can briefly mention that during the still current American President Donald Trump, there was worsening of trade relationship. There was a constant threat of trade wars between the European Union and the United States. So we will also expect a discussion about chances for some new trade agreement between the European Union and the United States, etc. With political dimension, there was an emphasis in the United States for unilateralism under current administration, and there is an expectation that under upcoming administration there would be United States would be coming back to all multilateral organizations and would cooperate with Europe more. And with security and defense. There were tensions, or there are tensions about European partners fulfilling the promises to increase their defense spending. There were tensions surrounding Nord Stream 2, for instance. There are discussions about how much Europe should be on board with the US in limiting some kind of a technological dependency on China. There have been disagreements over Iran sanctions, etc. So all these issues would be touched upon during today's conference, and I hope this conference will be very successful and you will be able to enjoy it. Thank you very much.
And I thank to Jan Machatek, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Institute for Society and Politics, who will also be a part of the first panel focusing on economics. So we can look forward to meet again. Jan, thank you very much for now.
Thank you.
And we are still not done with the opening speeches, with the opening remarks. Also, Sharka Prat, member of the board of the European Liberal Forum, has sent us her opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to welcome you to this online conference about the multiple challenges for transatlantic partnerships. My name is Sharka Prat, and I am welcoming you on behalf of the European Liberal Forum, where I have the privilege of being a member of the board. This 5th annual conference is hosted by the European Liberal Forum, together with the Institute for Politics and Society, Friedrich Naumann Foundation, Republican Institute, and Fondazione Leggi Naudi. We hold this conference as a means for the both US and European experts to discuss these impending issues with their respective colleagues on the other side of the Atlantic. During the conference, European Liberal Forum will consider 3 dimensions: economic aspects, political impact, and regional security. We live in an era of globalization, where state economies have the ability to seriously impact one another. ELF, therefore, is highly concerned with the impact that COVID has on transatlantic trade. The partnership between Europe and the United States has already changed due to the current political climate. We now question how the pandemic has impacted the partners we have and what this means for Europe. European Liberal Forum is also curious about the trade relations between the European Union, the US and the UK, and what trade deals the UK will consider now that it is no longer a member of the European Union. Will it create a deal with the United States, with Europe, or maybe both? We will also touch upon the trade war between the US and China and ask our experts to advise us on what stance Europe should take during this time. The political dimension also brings various challenges to our partnership. The US continues to be in a state of political uncertainty, as the virus and the BLM movement encompasses the nation. On November 3rd, the US presidential elections took place, and after several days of counting and recounting, Joe Biden was declared the winner. President Biden has said he will shake off the previous isolationist policies of the Trump administration by rejoining the Paris Climate Accord, opening the discussion about strengthening the Iran nuclear deal and supporting the WHO financially to address COVID from an international standpoint. The question now is how should Europe respond to the changes playing out in the US and what may change in the transatlantic partnership from these results. Speaking of growing political uncertainty, experts have also been brought in to comment on the impacts of COVID on political systems here in Europe. Restrictions on individual rights by governments have created protests, while the media played a role in heightening fears. Security, now more than ever, is a major concern for the transatlantic partnership between the European continent and the United States. Current situation has been detrimental to both personal and state security in both regions. Personal information is now readily available to governments, while military operations are threatened by the virus. Individual states within the partnership have also declared China a security issue, as its influence continues to heighten and the pandemic may allow for more aggression in the South China Sea and Africa. Cybersecurity is also coming to the forefront as yet another threat to states as our world continues to digitize. These security issues can be countered by strategic responses that emphasizes cooperation and collaboration from both the US and EU states. By looking into the economic, political and security dimensions, we at European Liberal Forum hope to have thoughtful and in-depth discussions pertaining to the challenges brought to the US and Europe. We are experiencing never-before-seen threats that impact all of our futures, and we hope this year's conference can help enlighten us on these topics. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very pleasant discussion.
A wish from Sharka Prath. Thank you very much for that, and I think that definitely the US election will be a connecting link through the whole conference today. Thank you all for your opening remarks. Now we'll have the chance to listen to our keynote speakers, a special guest that will be part of this conference, and I'm pretty sure even now we'll hear about the election and the importance of mutual relations and cooperation. Let us start with Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Mr. Andrej Babiš, who has sent us his message.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having an opportunity to open this conference organized by the European Liberal Forum and the Institute for Politics and Society, which will be devoted to the future and challenges of transatlantic relationship between Europe and North American countries, relationship between European Union and the United States, and relationships within NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. We cannot imagine better timing for such an important debate. There is a new president-elect in the United States, Joe Biden. He is elected in a team with the first female vice president, Kamala Harris. There is a lot of expectation in Europe related to this new choice of American people. First, let me emphasize the excellent relationship between Czechoslovakia and then Czech Republic and the United States. There would be no independent Czechoslovakia without the support of the United States. American President Woodrow Wilson and American citizens of Czech and Slovak origin were the active and influential supporters of the creation of independent and democratic Czechoslovakia. Our first president, Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, deeply admired American democracy and was greatly inspired by its system, principles and values. His wife was an American. Czechoslovakia after 1918 was also an attempt to have, like United States, a state of different nations and nationalities based on mutual tolerance of different religions, freedom, etc. In Central Europe, between the wars, Czechoslovakia was the only functioning democracy in the region. Escape from authoritarian neighbors in the region found refuge in our country. During the Second World War, Americans participated in the liberation of Czechoslovakia from the Nazi occupation, and after 1989, Americans supported our democratic transition and welcomed us back into the family of proud and free democratic nations. Since 1989, our friendship and cooperation has been flourishing. Already in 1991, Czechoslovakian troops actively participated in the liberation of Kuwait, and after we joined forces in a NATO alliance, Czech army was fighting hand in hand with our American allies in Afghanistan with a lot of casualties. And Czech troops and police helped Americans in Iraq and Balkans, including Kosovo and other places. I should emphasize that the government of which I am a Prime Minister is the first Czech government which invested heavily into American equipment. We bought American helicopters, which is a major acquisition, and despite the economic crisis connected to the pandemic, we are strongly investing into our armed forces and are on the right track to increase our defense spending and fulfill our commitments to NATO. We are leaders in cybersecurity, and our country hosted a very important conference of allies on 5G and security. Like a politician, I myself visited the United States 3 times, first as a finance minister, where I met, by the way, with Michael Bloomberg. Like a prime minister, I met Mr. Trump in the White House, and after the United Nations speech last year, I visited New York and Boston, which was mainly promotion trip for improving Czech-United States business and economic relationship with an emphasis on cooperation in the field of technology, science, and innovation. In August this year, we welcomed in Prague United States Foreign Minister Michael Pompeo. We are thankful that Americans send us some medical doctors from National Guards who will help us with the treatment of COVID-19 patients. Now let me mention new development. We are very much looking forward to cooperating with the new American administration, with the President Joe Biden and his team. Very important topic for the whole of Europe and the EU is the urgent need to improve our trade relationship. We should say goodbye to any attempts of threats of trade wars, and we should work hard to liberalize our mutual trade relationship. Perhaps we do not have to be as ambitious and comprehensive as abandoned treaty TTIP, but mutual trade and investments between the United States and Europe should start to flourish again. We are looking forward for the United States to come back on board to international agreements, first of all, the Paris Climate Accord. Czech Republic is ready to cooperate with the United States and Canada on the development and implementation of the new environmentally clean technologies and energy savings. However, by fulfilling very ambitious targets to lower the CO2 emissions, we should be very careful not to destroy the competitiveness of our industries, and we should be able to guarantee that big countries like India and China are also reducing emissions as they promised. But we are also looking forward to more active United States cooperation in the WTO and United Nations. We have a lot of room, not only Czech Republic, but also European Union to improve scientific cooperation with the United States, exchange in research and development, education, and technological innovation. This is very important for me, not only due to challenges connected to the healthcare and the pandemic of COVID-19. Both of our continents, Europe and America, and all countries in these continents have a mutually connected and mutually mixed history. We share the same values, traditions, same principles. We believe in democracy, freedom, liberties, and human rights. We should not forget that together we are also stronger. Thank you.
That was a call from the Czech Prime Minister Andrej Babiš, and it's also a pleasure to welcome here Věra Jourová, Vice President of the European Commission, as another keynote speaker. Mrs. Jourová, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to be here today in this forum and to speak about the important topic of this conference. The Transatlantic Partnership has been and remains one of the foundations of our way of life, and as such has defined us as a political community. At the same time, it is no secret that the partnership with the United States has always been subject to a number of challenges, especially as we all know in recent years. But I think it is safe now to expect that as from January And in the years to come, the European Union and the United States, represented by the President-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the new administration, that we will work together well to renew and strengthen a partnership that is so precious and that has been essential for both partners. So allow me to express my optimism in this regard. Because true, volatility and instability define the world of today. The time of seemingly immutable geopolitical balances is long gone. However, in such situation, certainty and stability are not to be found in populist shortcuts, but rather in our basic founding values of democracy and the rule of law. Because these values define who we are. These values, I believe, we share with the United States, as we heard already from the Prime Minister a minute ago. So it should be us who will be able to provide certainty and stability in this unstable world. Indeed, who, if not the United States, can be Europe's partner when it comes to the global definition and implementation of essential policies, those that define our political identity and that will shape a better world for the future generations. I refer, for instance, to climate, where we hope that the United States will re-enter the Paris Agreement and join again the efforts of the global community to deal with this matter. I refer also to a positive trade agenda where we can jointly identify and pursue the many benefits of a deepened trade relationship between the United States and the European Union that will contribute to the revival of global economy in a post-COVID world. And I also refer to the multilateral rules-based order that was originally a common endeavor. We built in it together, and together we should uphold it and ameliorate it, not by walking away from it, but through common work to improve what needs improvement, be it at the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, especially now it's important in the COVID-19 context, the OECD or the G20. Another issue on which there is scope for collaboration is that of cybersecurity and security in general. In this field, the European Union has been working closely with international partners such as NATO and the G7 to generate a comprehensive understanding of the threats landscape and to develop efficient and effective responses. This includes cooperation on fighting terrorism, including by sharing data and electronic evidence. The European Union certainly remains open for a structured cooperation on cybersecurity with the United States. And I certainly do not expect all problems to disappear as by magic, but I am hopeful we will shortly be able to count again on the United States for these matters and leave behind the times where commitment to our common values seemed to have been put in doubt. I would not want to pass the impression, however, that recent years yielded only negative results. The fact that our partnership was shaken and put to the test helped the Union to stop its unhealthy reliance in the partnership. We were forced to reassess the situation and to start working on strategic autonomy and resilience, and that was a positive development that will remain in place because it is in the Union's interest and again also in the interest of the United States. With your permission, I will now focus on one policy area that is a point in case, a field in which the European Union and the United States share many challenges and for which closer cooperation is mutually beneficial and also heavily needed. This is, of course, the digital world and the role of fundamental rights within it. Our discussion will be very timely as in just a few weeks, we in the Commission will present a number of initiatives that will shape our response to the digital transitions for years to come. At the beginning of December, we shall adopt the Digital Services Act and the European Democracy Action Plan. I sometimes say that we want to define the European digital soul, We are also going to adopt the data strategy, data economy strategy. As we did it as Europeans with the protection of privacy, where we set the global standard, we want to define the rules also for the online sphere. And of course, the United States must be and are our important partner in this endeavor. I mentioned the European Democracy Action Plan. We want to focus on elections integrity, strengthening freedom of expression, and tackling disinformation. As you can see, these three are the themes also relevant in our transatlantic communication and cooperation. I had an opportunity to discuss all three themes recently with Nancy Pelosi, and also key figures in the American Congress, important people from very significant think tanks in Washington, and also with big tech, which come to operate on European territory from the United States. As for the Digital Services Act, which will be the regulation, it aims to update and complete our digital single market and protect citizens and consumers in doing so, in using the digital sphere in a safe and useful way. We have seen how the digital revolution has put private companies in position of great power but little responsibility. Online platforms that connect billions of people via social media, using and monetizing their private data, display content managed by algorithms, and connect businesses with a very large number of customers. Regulation of the digital economy is needed to clarify the responsibilities and ensure a responsible conduct. This is also an issue of interest to the United States, and one where we need to engage together. Another case in point is the rollout of 5G, where closer coordination between the European Union and the United States should be possible. These initiatives, the Action Plan, the Digital Services Act, the Data Economy Strategy, will set the general lines on the basis of which the Union will build also international partnerships in this field, including with the United States. I want to cooperate with the United States on the issues relating to disinformation, which is a very topical matter these days. It, as we all know, poses a substantial and ongoing threat to democracy. The threat cuts across different policy areas. Disinformation has been used in the context of migration, to increase divides in the climate change debate, to suppress participation in the electoral process, and to erode trust in scientific advice, and many more. The spread of false information, conspiracy theories, and disinformation online poses an existential and ongoing threat to democracy on both sides of the Atlantic. These processes are under persistent and increasing challenge by deliberate and systematic campaigns to spread disinformation, including by hostile foreign actors who seek to undermine trust in our institutions, sow social discord, skew public debate, suppress participation in elections, and influence voters' preferences. And the United States elections offer us the most recent examples of how platforms can help reduce disinformation of elections. Facebook, for example, put authoritative information on the elections at the top of Facebook and Instagram almost every day until the election, and blocked new political ads during the final week of the campaign. It also prepared tools to inform users when counting was still in progress, and no winner had been determined, and temporarily stopped running all electoral or political ads in the United States after the polls closed on November the 3rd to reduce opportunities for confusion. Let me say a few words about other fields for undoubtedly possible and useful cooperation with the United States, which relates also to the topic of technologies, and it's the artificial intelligence. The EU has pledged to work together with like-minded partners to promote common values across the world and to lay the basis for trustworthy, artificial intelligence, and on this basis, there is now a window of opportunity to consider closer EU-US cooperation on AI, which could focus on offering an alternative approach to what some authoritarian regimes pursue in the development and deployment of AI by promoting the development of trustworthy AI systems. The second thing could be ensuring a proportionate and risk-based approach by agreeing on guidance on artificial intelligence. And the third thing, where I see a very good open opportunity, is creating the foundations for a largest possible market for AI across the Atlantic. The EU and the United States already contribute jointly to multilateral discussions, and there is certainly now a window of opportunity to consider closer cooperation in this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that our relationship and partnership remains as relevant as it always was. There are many fields where we can collaborate with the United States for a better world, digital being one of them. And I am confident that recent developments will allow us to renew the partnership and tackle together joint challenges on the basis of our joint values. Thank you very much.
And I thank you, Mrs. Vice President, for your high expectations and also for mentioning that all the problems are not going to disappear magically right now, but we have to work on that. Thank you very much. That was a view from European Commission, but now we'll move to European Parliament, because we have here also the Vice President and member of the European Parliament, Dita Charanzová, who is a member of the Renew Europe group. I also wish you a nice Thursday, and I welcome you to the conference. You came up, I think it was yesterday, with the good news, tweeting about the US-EU tariff reduction deal, as the Trade Committee has given its backing to the lobster deal with the US party. So I guess you also have high expectations of the development in the future. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I think the past week has been a whirlwind, and not just for our friends on the other side of the Atlantic. The world was glued to the screens, waiting anxiously the result of the election. In fact, my assistants tell me they never want to see the numbers 214 and 253 ever again. Nevertheless, well, now it's time to look forward and move forward. The United States is the Czech Republic's largest non-European export market, and it's our also largest military partner. And like the Czech Republic, a country that seeks to protect the fundamental liberties of each individual. This is why the Czech Republic did not turn away from the transatlantic relationship even over the last 4 years, and why we will continue to be a voice for a stronger relationship on the way forward. This said, however, it is clear that the last 4 years have affected our wider relationship within the framework of the European Union. Our EU-US relationship cannot be underestimated. The unbreakable bond between our two continents is the history of the second half of the 20th century and the foundations of the international order, the economic and digital transformation of our society, and our cultural and scientific links. Yet the last 4 years have shaken Europe's faith and had strengthened those who have always doubted that bond. Combined with the exit of the United Kingdom from the EU, the daily news stories from Washington just fueled ideas in Brussels that 10 years ago would have been called protectionist, but today they are part of the mainstream of the European debate. I'm referring to the new aim for Europe to achieve strategic autonomy. This buzzword, strategic autonomy, is the label given to describe the Union's push to increase self-sufficiency and boost its own industry. The US retreat on the multilateral stage and unstable approach to international relations forced many to rethink what our role in the world should be, with many concluding that Europe must become more sovereign. This is not a bad thing in itself, but in a globalized world, we need allies and we need cooperation to achieve our goals. We cannot go at it alone. I'm afraid, though, that the debate on strategic economy and strategic autonomy has been leaning for some in Brussels in a more protectionist direction. I'm convinced that we need the transatlantic partnership, a revived and dynamic one, to overcome global challenges and to move forward in our post-COVID recovery. But the world is not the same when Obama was in office. The US is not the same, neither is Europe. While there is no restart button for our relations, I'm convinced that Biden's presidency will usher a fresh start. So now is the time to reflect. What do we want to achieve with our transatlantic partnership? What are our priorities? And being realistic, how much of a change do we really expect will occur with a new president? The Prime Minister and also the
Dita, I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but it seems that you muted your microphone accidentally. Could you please connect it back again so that we can hear you? Yes,
I'm sorry.
Great. Now we can hear you so very much. Thank you.
Okay, so I think now we really must focus on the areas where we can get closer with the United States. For me, one of them is the trade. The EU is still committed to multilateral rules-based trade, and we must seek the United States' full commitment again to functioning WTO structure. It is only cooperating within the WTO and working together that we will be able to hold off China and other challengers. We must remember that combined the EU and the US is more than 50% of the world's economy. That is a lot harder to ignore than the US 20 or 25%. Equally, we hope the United States accepting an OECD consensus on the mechanism for taxing digital services would show a commitment to fair and universal sharing of the profits of the digital transformation. In turn, we can work on a fair and balanced system of transatlantic data flows. Lastly, we need the United States and the European Commission to work together to finally resolve the old disputes, the old Airbus-Boeing subsidies dispute, to remove tariffs, not least on steel and aluminium. Here too, we must understand that we can earn far less from our disputes than we would if we worked together. Ladies and gentlemen, it is only through such actions that we will be able to overcome also a public opinion which fears free trade agreements and cannot see the benefits far outweigh the costs of such agreements. It is only through such actions that we can begin to restore the transatlantic agenda. For the Czech Republic, this is clear. Trade is the lifeblood of our economy, and we will not close our doors. Now is the time for the United States under President-elect Biden to understand that the last 4 years of U.S. trade policy has done more harm than good. I'm hopeful that within 4 years' time we can rebuild the trust needed to return to talks on a new, if potentially more limited version of the TTIP agreement. While the many deals that you have also mentioned have become our recent short-term strategy with the US, our ultimate goal must be to conclude a free trade agreement with our most important trading partner. Ladies and gentlemen, while it is a relief to Europe after 4 disruptive years to our relationship that we will have a steadier partner in Washington, now it's not the time to sit back and relax. We need to assess our priorities and construct a positive transatlantic agenda. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for the call from European Parliament, from Dita Charanzová, the Vice President of the European Parliament, who said a very important thing, that we need to build the trust again. So thank you very much. I think we'll be talking about it later on at the second panel concerning, or like focusing on political connections. So I'm looking forward to talk to you again. I still would like to tell all of you who wants to listen to us in English that you just need to switch from the website you are looking at now, where it is all translated into Czech, to the English version of the website of the Challenges for Transatlantic Partnerships, where you can find the stream in English, as well as you can just go to the website of European Liberal Forum and connect to us over there. So I hope you'll find a way to the English version of this conference. For the Czech one, just stay at the websites you are just right now in. But last but not least, as a keynote speaker, I would like to welcome Hans van Baalen, President of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe Party. Welcome here. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to participate in your conference. And of course, I salute Prime Minister Babiš, Commissioner Jourova, and Dita Charanzová, my former colleague in the European Parliament, but also my colleague in the ALDE Party Bureau. To talk about transatlantic relations is important because they're not self-evident. And I think President Trump was a wake-up call. That means that he was blunt, he was extremely blunt, but he was right, as was also Obama, but in a more diplomatic way, that we as Europeans have to invest in security matters, in NATO. So we should pay our part of the burden. We should also be active. I mean, security and defense is not about resolutions, about making peace when it already has happened, but it is to be firm and tough. And I hope that also President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will be tough. What we need to do as Europeans is also to understand the wake-up call of Trump towards China, because China is not a real partner, it's a rival. If you look at the way China has behaved in European relations by the Belt and Road Initiative, by coercion and blackmail, by, let me say, pressing, for instance, the Czech Republic, when the Senate of the Czech Republic sent a delegation to Taiwan, that it was threatened. China must be handled in a tough way. Trump did so, and I hope that also Biden will do so. If you look at Russia, let us be honest, also here, Russia is a rival. Russia has crippled, or is trying to cripple, for instance, Ukraine. It is crippling Georgia, Moldova. It has been very offensive towards the Baltic states. And it uses all cyber technology to disrupt our societies. So what we need to do together with the United States to build and rebuild this transatlantic community. First of all, it is about security. I talked about NATO. European defense should be part of NATO, and we should pay and do more. If we look at trade, also Dita referred to trade, I mean, I would like to see a transatlantic trade and investment community because we should stand together, also in the World Trade Organization. We have common interests, the United States, Canada, and the European Union, and also other European states. So trade is vital. And again, China is not a free trade country, neither is Russia. And what I hope is that President-elect Biden will connect to this tradition of free trade, which also with the Democrats has never been self-evident. The classical Republicans were more pro-free trade. So we should invest a lot in this free trade community and approach. We should also, together with the new administration in Washington from January 20, we should invest in political cooperation. We should invest in climate. And it's a happy thing to see that President-elect Biden wants to connect to the Paris Climate Treaty, which is very important. And together, the US and the European Union should pave the way and take a leading position on climate. It is vital because, as I said earlier, China is not the champion of climate, neither is Russia. And if the United States will be part, again, of the Paris Treaty on climate, this would be an immense positive effect. Again, together we're strong. Together we have a lot of things in common. We should see Trump as a wake-up call. Trump is over, but the trends of Trump in the United States are not over. Let us be honest, about 70 million voters voted for Trump. These voters are not gone. So what I hope is that President Biden will be a bipartisan president, not looking at the Trump voters as deplorables, as Hillary Clinton said, and which cost her the elections, and maybe even rightly so, but to try to heal the United States, to unite the United States. Again, with this self-confidence, united United States, together with a united European Union, we can do a lot. And let's go and do this together. And I see an immense, important role also of the Czech Republic, because the Czech Republic is a strong nation, committed to Europe, but the Czech Republic knows what Russia is about. The Czech Republic has experienced occupation both by Nazism and by communism. Let us go forward together. Thank you very much. ALDE Party President, Hans van Baalen.
And thank you to Hans van Baalen, President of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe. I especially liked the call for uniting the United States and also uniting the European Union. So that's a target that we could go for. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
There are many topics mentioned, big expectations exposed. Now we'll go more into detail, and we'll start right now with the economic dimension of the transatlantic partnership. As we heard from the speakers already, the United States are the main partner from European Union, and it helps Europe to remain economically stable. The partnership between the EU and the US has been steady, but the current political situation, also the pandemic, may have a significant impact on the future of transatlantic trade. So how to face this together and make the best out of it? Let's listen to the recipe from Jan Schweinar, Director of the Center for Global Economic Governance at the Columbia University and also the Chairman of the Executive and Supervisory Committee Committee at IDEA, Sergey AI, who will now emphasize the importance of cooperation and support.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to address you at this conference. I'm very sorry that I cannot do so in person, but this is life these days. The topic, namely the transatlantic relationships and its future, is one, obviously, of the most important historical issues today, given the incoming new American administration, given the last several years of rather difficult transatlantic relations, both political and economic. So the expectation and the hope is that in the next administration, there will be a serious attempt to bring back some of the best features of the transatlantic relationship, which has been very fruitful for both sides of the Atlantic over the last several decades. Perhaps the best way to start is to remember that Europe and the United States, North America, let's say in general, together represent still close to 50%, about 45% of the world economy. And so the policies and their coordination across the Atlantic have major impact, not just for the US and Europe, but for the whole world. At the same time, we have the rise of China, which at this point is the most dynamic economy. And while the American and European economies are suffering a decline, this year China is actually registering a significant positive rate of growth, not quite as fast as in normal years, but nevertheless, the expectation is that China will grow about 4 or 5% this year. So clearly another very important bloc. And then in the political realm, obviously the Russian economy, Russia, etc., will play an important part. So back to the transatlantic relationship, I think that here the importance will be placed on a continuation of accommodating monetary policy. Both the Federal Reserve Bank has done very, very strongly trying to stimulate the American economy. The European Central Bank has followed and also is providing major monetary stimulus to the economy. But I think that the emphasis really has to be at this point on fiscal measures. Obviously, it's difficult given that the size of debt relative to GDP is quite high. And so in that sense, I think there are strong voices, more so in Europe, I would say, even than in the United States, that going further in terms of fiscal stimulus financed by increasing national debts in the various countries is dangerous. Nevertheless, the major European initiative, the plan for reconstruction and resilience, I think is a major step in the right direction. I also expect that the US Congress and the President will agree to a new package of fiscal stimulus. And so in that sense, I think both sides of the Atlantic will move forward. And the expectation is that unless the pandemic gets completely out of hand, that the European as well as the US economies will start growing next year. But I would expect that the rate of growth will be slower than was hoped originally. I see a scenario which will be somewhat similar to what we saw after the Great Recession 12 years ago, that the US economy probably is taking stronger steps than the European economy or economies within Europe, so that the rate of growth of GDP, I would expect, will be stronger in the United States than in Europe, which to me indicates that the Europeans should think very, very hard about actually taking important steps that it does pay to stimulate the economy. I think here the example from the end of World War II is a very good one. The US economy was very highly indebted, in fact, similar to the level of debt to GDP that the US economy will register now, over 100% debt to GDP, national debt to GDP. But over the following 2-3 decades, that ratio shrank considerably because of rapid economic growth. So in that sense, it's the reliance on growth and growth of GDP that is success story, not worrying about the debt at this point and not generating growth. So in that sense, my message really, and for discussion today and in the future, is should we rely on fiscal stimulus and generate economic growth, or should we be more cautious? My vote is for investing money wisely, so obviously support for the people and the poor and so on and so forth, but more importantly, investing in infrastructure, digitalization, and human capital. Europe and the United States are leaders in human capital. Human capital represents the majority of capital in these two economies. The rest of the infrastructure, highways, machines, equipment, are actually less important than human capital. Human capital is the main source of growth. So that's where I think investing in modern technologies, my capability of people to go digital is important. And here my advice for Europe would be, don't repeat the 1990s when Europe hesitated, didn't enter the digital era, not as fast as the United States and China for that matter. And that has been a drag on economic growth in Europe in the subsequent decades. So I think be bold, go for investment in modern technologies, and reestablish the transatlantic partnership, because there is a lot of complementarity. Make sure there is free trade, reestablish and make reliance on free trade. That's a major engine of growth, has been historically and will be again. And I think with these several major elements of the economic package, I expect that the European and American economies can grow and increase the living standards in both parts of the Atlantic. Thank you very much.
That were advices from Professor Schweiner from the Columbian University, who calls for re-establishing transatlantic partnership. I believe that's what many expect from the new American administration, and that is also what we are going to talk about in the next panel with our panelists. So now let me welcome here Andrej Kovařík, member of the European Parliament. Andrej, have a good day here. Rebecca Christie, visiting fellow at the think tank Bruegel, who will represent the USA and Belgium as well. Linda Zelina, founder and CEO at the International Sustainable Finance Center, who was connected from the Great Britain. Andreas Freitag, professor at Friedrich Schiller University, Jena, calling from Germany, and also Jan Macháček, chairman of the board of trustees of the Institute for Politics and Society. Welcome again. So, Mr. Kovařík, let me start with you. It seems now politicians and commentators or analysts expect the Biden administration to be more predictable, rational and cooperative. What change do you expect the new administration could bring to the transatlantic relations? What do you, as a member of the European Parliament, expect? Sorry to interrupt you, but it seems we can't hear you properly, so I just want to make sure that we'll not miss any message you have for us.
How about now?
Yeah,
is it
exactly.
Better?
Right now, that's working very well. So the stage is yours right now.
Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for indeed, I think, a crucial question now, what the expectations in this regard could be. I think, to be honest, the biggest priority for the new president-elect and his administration will definitely be mainly domestic. The fight with COVID, the economic recovery, we discussed the great divide in American society. But I think, as you mentioned also in your introduction, what I would expect on, let's say, the international level or on the level of transatlantic relations is maybe a little bit of coming back to what we are used to from previous American administration, a little bit more long-term predictability, a little bit more rationality and cooperation, a will for cooperation between the US and the EU. To be realistic, I would expect more a change of form than necessarily content, at least in some of the areas where the European Union would like to see it. But definitely, I would surely seek to improve and sort of defrost relations with the US from the European side. We just had yesterday quite a good exchange in the plenary of the European Parliament, where I think a number of issues were mentioned in this regard, and also a sort of this hope of renewal of contacts between the Europeans and new American administration were quite clearly articulated in that debate. I think, and that's why I also sort of share a vision and sort of agenda that was set up by the Commission President von der Leyen 2 days ago. That it is actually time for a new transatlantic agenda, but at the same time, I think we should be realistic and focus it on the issues where we can actually expect some progress to be made. Number of key factors have already been mentioned by previous speakers, by the keynote speakers. I would see, first of all, let's say in very short-term perspective, the real need to, first of all, fight and find effective solutions to the spread of COVID-19 and fight with the pandemic. And second, following that, find ways how to actually deal with recovery. I think Professor Schweiner mentioned some of the ways forward. In this regard, in my view, it's definitely a good time, to sit down together again and see what the both sides can do in their trade agenda. Not only in their bilateral relations, because I think we still desperately need a better arrangement of our trade relations, but also what we can do on multilateral level, because we know that the previous administration in the US was very reluctant and sometimes was even sort of an enemy of efforts made on the level of WTO, for example, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, it doesn't really mean that, in my view, some of the difficult issues to tackle will disappear. We obviously have discussions on global taxation regimes regarding also the digital and big technology companies, where US have different positions from the US. We have a key question for more development in the digital sphere when it comes to dealing with data between the EU and US. We used to have an arrangement which is gone now, and I think another issue where we can actually expect a little bit maybe a little bit more of new impetus is definitely research and development, or research and innovation. I think this is something where we should invest a lot from European side as well. And last but not least, but I think it was mentioned in number of interventions. It's the role of China and factor of China in the world economy, and I think that's also, in my view, one reason more why the EU and US should actually try to find ways how to cooperate more and closer, because as it has been outlined, they are still the biggest economic bloc together in the world economy, and some of the challenges that are raised by China, be it in economic, but also in security domain, I think can be definitely tackled much more efficiently if the EU and the US sort of proceed together. So I think these would be maybe the main topics to see in the next years. Be part of discussions between the US and the EU. Obviously, we can see how far are we able to progress, but I think there's a goodwill on both sides. All right. I would hope that at least on the European side, there is not a sort of this legacy of being tough with Trump regime and trying to sort of make sure that the Europeans are heard the way it has been maybe spelled out by the previous administration. I think it would sort of require a new restart from both sides in order to sit together. But I truly believe there are ways how we can actually progress together and sort of reinforce and enhance the transatlantic relation in the next 4 to 5 years. Thank you.
Good to hear that optimistic view at the end of your speech, because you started with that there will be mainly change of the form, not the content, which was quite pessimistic, I would say. But that was a European view. Thank you for that. And Rebecca Christie, as a visiting fellow at the think tank Bruegel, may give us also American perspective, what domestic challenges or is to be the president-elect facing, and what that could mean for his approach to international agreements and transatlantic trade. Rebecca, welcome.
Thank you so much for including me in your conference today. I wish I could be with you in person, and I hope that in future years I will be able to join you. I spent a long time in Washington before I moved to Brussels, so the transatlantic relationship is deeply personal for me as well as a matter of policy. And one of the things that I would really like colleagues in Europe to do going forward is to question their narrative of how America works now. Now is a good time to rethink the way we have historically viewed, and I say we as a Belgian because I'm now a European citizen as well, how Washington is looking at things. The big legacy of the Trump administration will be the damage he has done to institutions at home and abroad. Trump has very much weakened institutions in the American government that have taken decades and decades to build. We have seen what he has done to international agreements. We have seen the damage he has done to the U.S. credibility by leaving international accords that seem to be a matter of settled policy, that seem to be a done deal. This is damage that cannot be undone overnight. President-elect Biden has a very strong track record in foreign affairs, in working with Congress, in working with voters, and will try to rebuild these institutions, but it will take time. One thing that is very important to understand about America is how central racism is to what has happened and where we are today. I would very much like to push back against this idea that Hillary Clinton lost the election against Donald Trump because she did not cater sufficiently to white men. White men are a minority of American voters. White men are overrepresented in government. Now that more than half of American voters, in the form of minorities, in the form of women, are beginning possibly to be recognized for the critical efforts they made, not just to vote for Biden, but to make sure they were able to vote for Biden at all. These voters need to be recognized. Now is not the time to say, wow, we really made it hard for all of these Black people and indigenous people and other non-white people to vote. They made it to the polls anyway. So what should we do? We should go turn around to this minority group of white men and cater to their concerns. That is not what should be happening. And I know this is a time to talk about transatlantic alliances, but I hear this a lot in Europe. I hear this unquestioned narrative a lot. And if there's one thing you can take away from listening to me, it's that this is not the only way to see things, and there are a lot of people in America who matter. So looking transatlantically, what can we expect to happen now? I expect Biden will send a lot of delegations over. He will try to rebuild a lot of bridges, and that by opening these informal channels of communication, the work can get started before the formal relationships are restored. The EU, for its part, will have to stay the course in a lot of these WTO disputes that have been going for, decades in some cases. The Boeing-Airbus dispute is still with us. At the same time, Europe will want to do whatever it can to keep the door open, to not go on the offensive, to not suddenly decide that this is the year to double down on, say, food import concerns or some type of definitional competition clause that makes it harder to do business across the Atlantic. There are real questions of how data can be exchanged, of how the American tech giants work in Europe and how they serve or don't serve the interests of European consumers. Those are questions that will need to be answered. All of that will have to happen in a new spirit of dialogue and in connections between all of the American and European people, not just the ones who've been in power for the last 4 years.
Rebecca, thank you very much. I heard you were talking about breaking down walls from the European side while changing the narrative, the way, or like to rethink how we see the US, and building bridges from the US side, but I think it's both sides work. So thank you very much. We'll have a chance to talk about it later on. Another big topic is the Green Deal and Paris Climate Agreement. By the way, President Trump's withdrawal from the Paris Agreement came into force the day after Election Day in the United States. So it's very fresh, even though we may think it's quite a long time ago when he withdrew, but not formally. And again, President-elect Joe Biden is expected to come back to the deal. Linda Zelina, founder and CEO at the International Sustainable Finance Center, has very high expectations when it comes to the green transformation and sees it as a way or as an economic opportunity. So Linda, the stage or probably the air is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And it's very nice to meet my fellow speakers, even though it's on the screen. So as we all have seen, the election of a new, more climate-friendly US president is a very promising thing for everyone, especially for us working on climate issues. However, it is also something that is combined with the EU's taxonomy coming into force in 2021, and we have new interest from the European Central Bank looking increasingly at what climate-related risks look. So all of this, in our view, is something that builds up to what we call a green momentum, when there's more funding than ever trying to reach low-carbon initiatives. And since the US is such a large player in financial markets and its policies have outsized effects on the global economy, we do see this as a perfect green storm that is building up, at least in terms of policy, in terms of what financial actors will be looking at, what will be on their minds, what they will be worrying about. And as we say, follow the money. The money has a lot of power. We all want investments, especially with a coming recession, with people being worried about their jobs, thinking about how do we actually build more resilience in the system. The greening will be there. It has been on the agenda for a long time, but maybe something will start moving next year. Because even without a Democratic Senate, Joe Biden, the president-elect, can use a variety of institutions and appointments to advance the climate agenda. So it's not just the Paris Agreement or the coming up of the COP26 that we need to look at. We also need to look at, for example, the Securities and Exchange Commission in the US, which demands public companies to disclose information about their financial health. If the agency actually broadens these requirements to include more information about climate risk, that will be quite meaningful. In addition, Federal Reserve Board, whose aim is to support economic stability and growth, if they decide that climate change is a rising threat and start looking at it, that is also something that's quite impactful. In addition to that, you of course have Commodity Futures Trading Commission, you have Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, so you have a variety of institutions that can act within the system. And then, most importantly, it's also the banking system that is on the move. So the US Federal Reserve has announced that it will be joining the network for greening the financial system. This is a global network of central banks that are looking at climate-related risks. Joining the NGFS is a big deal. As we know, currently, the Czech Republic has not joined the network yet. We are quite hopeful that maybe that will change. In practice, it doesn't mean doing much about climate risk yet, but it is an important signaling that potentially you're starting to think about it. Because once regulators and banks start looking at climate-related risks more closely, this means that in the future, more sustainable companies might be able to take better advantage of lower borrowing costs. And in addition to that, they might have lower risk profile. What does that mean in the grand scheme of things? Well, that means that potentially financing carbon-intensive business will become sooner or later more expensive. This means that propping up industries with high emissions might hurt national budgets. And at a time when we're all worried about big and growing fiscal deficits, this is something to keep in mind. How do we actually future-proof business? And I mean, inevitably, such a green move can create big problems for certain sectors in the economy. However, I firmly believe that actually it is a great opportunity as well. I know we hear a lot about green opportunities. It's not so simple. There are serious trade-offs there that we need to be aware of and discuss openly. But it is an opportunity to attract investment on improved terms. Also, it is a great danger that it might start creating growing problems for those who are delaying the shift or delaying start of thinking about how do we actually move towards a more sustainable business or governance model. Because delayed transitions, they do run into a risk of greater disruption. And what does greater disruption do? It, of course, creates great public anger. And that's not something we want at a time when we're seeing political volatility pretty much every year from one part of Europe or another, and also from the US, as we saw. So in addition, cleverly designed policies for improved sustainability have been proved to be useful for tackling inequality. And on both sides of the Atlantic, we have the same issue. We have to fight climate change one way or another, because even if we don't believe that the transition risks are real, the physical risks and the science behind it, that will end up hurting us. So in this sense, we do need to talk about how do we frame these issues? How do we collaborate with each other? Maybe we do try to, as some have advocated for, create a transatlantic alliance that actually does try to push for improved sustainability and climate action. And this will depend a lot on how we frame it, because we should not leave people behind. If we don't bring everybody on board, we do risk to see increasing political volatility, which is actually bad, both for the economies and for the financial markets. I do believe that also when it comes to national governments, this is a great opportunity to have a look at what does a stable regulatory environment look like. We do have actually quite a lot of money in private markets and elsewhere that we could try and move in the right direction. And if we actually do create good structures, we can channel this money into productive investment. And by the looks of it, the most productive investment will be economically and socially sustainable. That will improve the resilience. One very good example, actually, of this is solar panels. So they were invented in the 1950s in the US, and for several decades, US was the largest market and the largest provider. However, as most of you will know, now it's China that has overtaken that role. And in a lot of cases, a lot of technologies, they have positioned themselves very well. That does not mean that we can't do it. We can do it, but we need to think more strategically. Central Europe is a great place to start. We are part of Europe, and actually we can take advantage of a lot of new financing mechanisms, new thinking, a lot of best practice in Europe, and we can definitely try and take agency and take charge of that destiny and figure out what do we want to have in terms of the future economy and future job structures. At this point in time, I do think that the opportunities are becoming very real, and we really hope that with a lot better collaboration, cooperation, we can take better advantage of them.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you for your views. So I was thinking from the Central European perspective that it's a lot about trust that is missing, and it's also about it when it comes to this topic. We'll maybe get to that later on. Thank you very much. I mentioned Paris Agreement, but it's not by far the only agreement left or stopped by President Trump. Also negotiations of the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, the so-called TTIP, were halted by him. Probably TTIP is not going to come back again, but some kind of free trade agreement would be welcomed. How does it see Andreas Freitag, professor at Friedrich Schiller University, Jena, who saw the TTIP as a way to a higher prosperity? Mr. Professor, welcome.
Thank you very much, Michaela. Thank you for having me. And I also regret not being in Prague. It's much more attractive than sitting in my own study now. But it's like it is. Yes, thank you for the question and the thrust of the whole panel. I would take, if I may, a little broader perspective on it, because it's not, of course, as mentioned earlier, we are stuck in a quite complex situation with where economic questions only play one role, and there are other questions which are also important. Let me leave TTIP for the end of my little intervention. The transatlantic trade relations have always been full of tensions, as we recall, and Rebecca has just made the point about Airbus and Boeing, and this is now a 45-year-old story. It is not really a new story. And there have been disputes like the Banana War. Older people like me remember that in the early 1990s. So we have been always struggling in one way or the other with the US. What is new is that under already the Obama administration, there was a less trust at the US side in the multilateral order, so to speak. So the problem of the WTO is not a new problem. It has been inherited by the Trump administration and then, of course, increased, so to speak. So the appellate body has been an object of U.S. concern for the last 10 years or so. And so I think what the US and the EU should now aim at is to agree on a more productive form to reform the WTO. There need to be steps need to be done. Just mentioned China. China has been mentioned again earlier. The problem with subsidies for state-owned enterprises is a huge problem for the Europeans, the Japanese, and the Americans. So there is a lot of scope, I would say, for reform, and it's necessary that the US and the EU now again move toward together and play on the same side. And one way to do so is, I think, to also accommodate a few wishes of the US administration from our side, and I think Berlin holds the key for that. There's on one hand is the NATO, mentioned by Hans van Baalen, our own contributions to security. Too low, and if we look at the state of our army, the Bundeswehr, it is a pity, I would say, and so we need to invest more into our own security. This helps us and also helps healing the transatlantic wounds, so to speak. And then, of course, there's the issue of Nord Stream 2. I just want to make the point that it would be a quite clever move to at least postpone the trade of gas. If you finish the pipeline, you don't need to buy the gas immediately, in order to also accommodate some European friends. I know that we all know that the Baltic states are quite concerned about that for good reasons. I think Eastern Europeans are also concerned, Ukrainians are concerned. So I would say Berlin has the key to, say, accommodate transatlantic relations, and this then leads to TTIP. You remember that TTIP didn't fail because of the US. It failed because of the two wealthy German civil servants protesting against trade and jobs for their kids, as you would say it cynically. Yeah? So the whole enterprise was mainly blocked by European citizens. Some of the reasons were justified, most of the reasons were not justified. We also had a lot of fake news with respect to what was going on in the TTIP, the negotiations and the problems related to it. So I have my doubts whether these people would easily now, say, agree on a new TTIP framework just because Joe Biden is the president. I mean, Obama also had a lot of support in left liberal circles in Europe, and still there was a lot of opposition. And I'm not sure whether this opposition can be overcome easily. And so this would be the last of my priorities. My first priority would be to, say, come to terms with respect to these tariffs we impose on each other, reduce them and use the threat level, and then to say organize a reform process of the multilateral arena. I think that is where the US and the EU can really make a difference and make a point. And this would then also, say, strengthen the relations and the position with respect to China. I think I'll leave it here. Thank you very much.
And I thank you very much too. It seems that China is really a big topic when it comes to business, so we should definitely focus on that later on. But when I come back to the free trade agreements, I'm quite curious who will be the first to have one, because there are three sides. It's UK, the EU, and the United States. So we'll see how the deals will go on. Probably Jan Macháček, chairman of the board of trustees of the Institute for Politics and Society, have a guess or gives us a hint. The air is yours.
Thank you very much. I would... can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, perfect. So starting with the UK, so we know that British Prime Minister Boris Johnson was considered to be a sort of an ally of President Trump, and was relying on Trump's support that there will be a possibility of successful bilateral trade agreement between United Kingdom and US, some kind of a preferential agreement. But now it will be more complicated because we know that President-elect Biden has more like Irish roots and is very careful that arrangements of and relationship of United Kingdom with Europe should be introduced in such a way that it doesn't damage the Good Friday Agreement and doesn't damage the position of Ireland, or it doesn't have a negative impact on peace in Ireland, etc. So it's going to be a little bit more complicated. On the other hand, relationships between United Kingdom and US are traditional and good and preferential, whoever is the president, so this is not going to change. I would like to mention with TTIP, or with the potential and the hope for the new trade agreement, it's possible, but as Dita Charanzová mentioned, it would be probably, if there is a chance for a new trade agreement under Biden's administration, it will definitely be more limited than very ambitious and complex proposal of TTIP, because to put it simply, what is not going to change is that US would insist for including agricultural trade into the trade agreement, whereas Europe would prefer to exclude it or limit very crucial parts of potential American agricultural export. There are these famous examples of American chlorinated chicken and genetically modified foods. So this is going to be very complicated, as it always was very complicated. Also, the US was not the only obstacle to conclude TTIP. We know that public opinion in many, mainly Western European countries was also not very enthusiastic. So there should be some more limited trade agreements, but we will see. What is very important is, I believe, is the WTO. So United States didn't leave the WTO, but it was under President Trump, it was blocking many mechanisms within WTO. US was vetoing the new upcoming Secretary General of WTO from Nigeria. US also was vetoing this appeal panels within judges for the appeal panel. So we can expect now that the WTO would function more smoothly under current under upcoming Biden's administration, because it's the part of the goal to of US coming back to family of multilateral institutions. With the climate, it definitely has a big impact for the trade and economic relationships, but we should realize that especially at the beginning, it will be more symbolic, that we know it's going to be the first thing that the new US president wants to do, to sign in or coming back to Paris Climate Accord. But on the other hand, it is more than probable that he will be facing a Republican Senate still. And so it will be a very symbolic gesture, because we cannot expect that Joe Biden will immediately start to limit somehow U.S. oil and gas industry, fracking, etc. And he will be using his presidential executive decrees to impose more regulations which have been cancelled under Trump's administration, but we cannot expect any revolution. Also, we should realize that U.S. Energy policies with emphasis of energy independence are the two sides of the same coins, with some successes of U.S. foreign policy, because it wasn't only evil, as some of my predecessors mentioned. Definitely some peace accords between some Arab countries in the Gulf and Israel are very important success of the Trump's presidency. I cannot help myself, and these successes of this administration, which is on the lead, are somehow connected with, or are very much connected with U.S. energy independence and U.S. energy policy. So it will definitely be mentioned in other panels also. But I just wanted to say that these are like two sides of the same coin. And last but not least, like with China, definitely we can expect under Biden's administration that the pressure from the U.S. would continue on Europe to be very careful on creating some kind of technological dependency on China, especially in a field of telecommunications and 5G networks, etc. So this is going to continue, but since it is upcoming U.S. administration is more it's more a tradition of the Democratic Party, it would be emphasizing more human rights in mutual relationships, and it would be also pushing European partners to emphasize human rights as far as the trade issues with China are concerned. So I am glad that my predecessor mentioned Nord Stream 2. I agree with him, and I'm not so I don't have to elaborate on it. Thank you.
And I thank you, Jan. Thank you for all comments on the topics that were mentioned already before. And I think we have a lot to discuss, and we also have some questions coming from the audience. But let me start with what mentioned Professor Schweiner at the beginning. He asked, should we rely on fiscal stimulus and support the economic growth, or should we be cautious? And that is with regard to the cooperation or regulations. So, where do you see the way out of post-pandemic economic crisis? Will it be cooperation, or probably is the lobster deal a sign of improvement? Who would start? Andrej Kovařík?
Thank you for the question. Well, I think if you look at the European Union side, we clearly have taken the bet actually for massive financial stimulus with the recovery fund and with enhanced multi-year financial framework. So I think on our side, it's the policy action that we are taking is quite clear, and I think it is also accompanied by the decision taken on the level of member states. Various national governments are actually adopting massive stimulus in order to finance the post-pandemic recovery, trying to, at least on the European level, follow the key policy trends and tendencies. It has been mentioned here, finance related to the climate action policies, finance supporting the digitalization of economy, and I think, well, it was also mentioned by Professor Schweiner, investments into infrastructure, for example. So I think that is what the European Union did. It's really up to the Biden future administration actually to see whether they are able to agree on and adopt a finance stimulus in order to also invest and inject new money into the American economy. But if we come back to, I think, the key topic of our panel today, so the economic dimension of the EU-US relations, I think that is actually that potential in order to sort of address the post-pandemic recovery, in order to maybe speed up, accelerate the talks that we have among us on critical issues regarding the trade. I think Jan Macháček mentioned possibilities for rather limited, maybe more focused trade agreement where we actually really sort of pick up issues that are critical for economies on both sides. I think the digital part is very important as well, but it can be some other topics in general. So I think also by sort of enhancing the economic dimension of transatlantic relations, we can actually provide the answers needed for the post-pandemic recovery. It's basically by boosting foreign trade.
Linda is nodding in accordance to many points what Andrej said. Linda, would you like to comment on that? Would you like to continue?
Thank you.
Professor,
I couldn't actually agree more with that. I do think that trade will be one of the major ways out of it. However, it will also be productive investment. So systematically tracking where we invest and how we invest would be a very good idea. Sadly, that is still underdeveloped in a lot of cases, and I think more work needs to happen. There is a lot of movement both in the US and in Europe to do that. So I think with a bigger post-pandemic push, this will come to some quite positive outcomes. Currently, we have much more interest that we have seen also from investors in the US looking at where they could invest in Europe, because they are quite interested in terms of what does the taxonomy mean, because that's another way of tracking investment. And how they see it is that actually tracking investment so that you can see where it goes, if you can minimize your climate risk, that's quite a positive outcome. Then if you add the social layer, that future-proofs it further. So I think there's going to be growing interest in that. I think Europe in certain regions is already very developed in terms of how they track investment. So I think it's going to be a very interesting time to watch how this happens, and especially with new technology that allows us to gather more data and analyze more data. I do think that there will be improvement in a lot of processes going forward.
Thank you. Andres, you have a point?
I'm glad to have the chance to have some distance here, but only on the detail, more or less. In fact, I agree that the stimulus packages, in principle, are correct. It is necessary to create trust and stabilize expectations in this pandemic. And as we know, it's a supply and demand shock at the same time. So we need indeed bold public stimulus. But I would be very cautious with respect to the ability of governments to steer the process of say, modernization. And here is the point I want to make. I think that we should use the chance in Europe to also think about a supply-side reform where necessary. Also, one problem is that, for instance, the health system in some of the members was not adequate. So that's the first one should do. And then one should think about other elements. When you speak about infrastructure investments, I mean, Germany has neglected infrastructure for quite a while in the last 15 years, and it's not because there's no money, it's because there was no interest. So we need more. We need a more focus on what a typical German economist would call the economic order. So the regulations, the bureaucratic processes, etc. And I think there's a lot of potential, which then would enable us to channel these huge sums into really good usages, but it's not channeled by a central agency, it's channeled by the business community. I think that's the point I want to make. So it's not that I question the if, I question the how.
Thank you. Rebecca, have I seen correctly? You would like to talk?
Yes, thank you. Just to take on this question of public spending, I think that public spending is clearly the only way to get out of the pandemic with our economy intact, particularly for customer-facing businesses that we would like to be there on the other end. The central banks have done a wonderful job of providing financial stability to create the temporal space, the space and time for governments to decide where they're going to invest to tie it together and how they're going to raise the money. Now is not the time to be concerned about deficit and debt levels. Now is not the time to be instituting artificial mathematical caps. Now is a time to look at the ways that the global investment community is interested in both finding safe assets to invest in, which government securities historically are, at least for credible governments, and also for working together at new things like Next Generation EU to find ways to get the money from where it is now to where it needs to go.
It was also mentioned that we should look at the supply side. I think Professor Freitag mentioned that. And when we speak about the China's role, we can see that the whole world is now afraid of recession, but China is growing quite nicely. 5% is not what they were used to, but still, we would be very happy for being even close to that. So, does it show that really Europe and also the US needs to focus more on domestic supply and change the way how the globalization is now working? I don't know, who would start? Do we have to move the production? And is there probably some tendency to deglobalization? I wanted to ask Jan, but he just disappeared. So probably I would need someone else. Yes, Professor, thank you.
I take the volunteering role. I don't think that we should deglobalize. I think we should be very cautious. What the pandemic showed at the very beginning was a tendency of restricting trade for own supply security. So when I speak about supply side, I don't speak about supply of everything at home. I speak about the economic conditions, the institutions that drive the economy. Yeah? So with respect to international trade, I would say it is worth thinking about diversification if you want to be more safe with respect to the supply of say, important goods, medical devices, personal protection equipment, and medicine, etc., but not to bring everything home, to reshore home. That's not the point. The point is that this pandemic, the first reaction showed how bad this reaction was, this protectionist reaction. Simon Evenet from St. Gallen called it "sicken thy neighbor," and I think that is a very clear and well taken word for this. So I would say that globalization is more important than ever, but we should be more cautious with respect to our supply chains, and this is something which has to be thought over. And there's the Chinese or the Chinese rivalry, I think, shall teach us to be cautious and to expand, for instance, our supply chains also to Africa. Nobody mentioned Africa so far, and I do a lot of work on Africa, and I think it's important that we consider Africa as a trading partner for the future, regardless of what the others do. That's just a side thought. But I wouldn't deglobalize. I would rather proceed with globalization, but there are aspects we should think about. One is how to diversify. The other one is how to secure inclusiveness at home. But this is something we have been dealing with in the last few years, but neglected, I think, years before. So I think that's one driver, by the way, of the populism a la Trump, that we neglected fear of those who think that globalization is harming them. The fear, not everyone was really harmed.
Yeah, seems that everyone is nodding in agreement. Jan Macháček, I wanted to ask you first about the deglobalizing tendencies, but you've disappeared for a few seconds, so I couldn't. So welcome back. I hope you've heard Andreas' point. How do you see the trends, and maybe what we need to do to stop those trends of deglobalizing the trade?
Well, it's this tendency was emphasized or strengthened by the pandemic and also by the tensions between the Western countries and China. So there is definitely be a tendency due to the pandemic to produce more things locally. There will be more goods, and investments will be considered strategic than we used to think, like before the pandemic. So more healthcare products, more pharmaceuticals would be produced locally or nationally. I hope that in the case of European Union,
yes,
in narrow nationalism, that it will mean producing like more on a European level. So this is a clear experience because I don't want to be pessimistic, but after the experience with this pandemic, there can be possibly in few years there can be something else could be happening, and we have to be prepared for it and not to be dependent on importing some face masks and protective equipment in China. This is clear. But there is also a clear tendency that since China decided to go not to democratize itself and came with this system of artificial intelligence, through artificial intelligence following its citizens. And so we don't want these tendencies to be exported into Western countries, into European or to the US and other countries in the world. So there will be some unavoidable decoupling in sensitive technologies with China. On the other hand, we still be able to trade normally with China, but the scope of goods which would be considered strategic will definitely increase.
Thank you. Anyone something to add? No? And is this the good time for either bilateral or multilateral agreements when we see those tendencies and the influence of pandemic on political thinking and planning. So, who haven't spoken about that yet, but would have a point? Rebecca, you are smiling. For me, it's like a sign.
So agreements are great, and it would be wonderful to see a lot of cross-border coming together. The big challenge for the U.S., of course, is restoring credibility that once it joins an agreement, it will stay in an agreement. That's going to be a very big deal for not just President-elect Biden, but also for the Congress, which has done a lot to enable the backtracking we've seen. One other thing which I hope we have a return to once the pandemic eases a little bit is human migration. We hear a lot about migration as a crisis, as a problem. We don't hear enough about the opportunities of migration and of people working across borders. Europe's Erasmus program has been one of the best things for creating ties among citizens, among countries, allowing people to collaborate together even after they go home. And building those kinds of bridges will be essential to get the world economy operating at its full potential.
Thank you. I think we don't have that much time, so I should now give the word to our audience, because we are receiving questions already ahead of the conference, so let us see what we have here. Pavel Stibor is asking, what European economic outcomes do you forecast in relation to the recent US election? I think something was mentioned already, but what will you add? What economic outcomes do you forecast? Who has a forecast for us? Jan Macháček, I want to, okay, everyone who makes some sound turns like I'm going to speak. So now, you know what, Andre, you haven't spoken for a long time.
Thank you. Well, I think I mentioned some of the elements on the economic forecast in my introductory remarks. I think those mainly will be depending on the way we handle the post-pandemic recovery. Obviously, if this is done the way we expect, and also, I mean, we are just in the middle of the second wave. Some speak about third wave in the U.S. You know, there's a lot of uncertainty about the development of the pandemic itself. But I think the key here, in my view, is actually to have adequate and accurate stimulus packages actually adopted on our side, but also on the U.S. side, and then ability actually to sort of restart or revive the trade relations between these two countries. I mean, it has been mentioned that China will most probably generate growth around 5% GDP. Yeah, right. But at the same time, if we look at the forecast, also, for example, published by the European Commission and by other relevant bodies, we expect the European economies, for example, to grow over next year as well. Maybe not that much as we see in China, but that is a trend that we may be used to. But I think the key is actually to see that there is a change of trajectory, so that instead of going in a deep and long-standing recession, the forecast says that there is a possibility to restart growth and actually restart economies. And I think that's also crucial when we talk about how to invite the supply side to be more active. I think that is a crucial. If we have good economic plan, if we have a forecast for economic growth, that will also boost investors' confidence and investors' trust, and also sort of revive and accelerate economic activities in general. So that would be my expectations in this regard.
Thank you, Linda. You agree? Would you add something?
Yes, I would just add that with any election of a president who is perceived to be business-friendly in the U.S., I think there's a major market sentiment that is positive, that builds a momentum where investors and markets actually have some confidence and have some trust and hope that things are going to work out. And that is no small thing, because confidence in terms of how financial markets work is quite important, and especially the hope that Biden will figure out how to work better with China is again another big hope for people, that might mean that there's going to be less disruption and a little bit more stability, because nobody likes this uncertainty, not knowing what might come out in a tweet tomorrow or what might happen next month. So in that sense, I think that will help avoid maybe as deep a recession as we might have had. And of course, with all the stimulus, that is helpful. It will just depend whether a year from now we will see governments tightening their belts, and if there is a big move to cut, we will have to be careful how it's getting done, so that we don't plunge ourselves into something that again is a recession or is counterproductive to what we have done up until now.
Yeah, I guess a bit more predictability can make it much easier for the mathematic models to do some planning when it comes to investment and so on. So probably that could help. Now we'll go to a totally different topic. Marta Novoveska is asking, it was estimated that 10% of European GDP per capita losses could be attributed to the gender gap in the labor market. In what way is this being, or should this be, prioritized in the European Union through specific policy initiatives? Gender gap, using of all sources, of all capital, mainly the human capital we have. Whose topic is that? Wow, no one. Come on. Yes, thank you, Andre.
No, I sort of felt that actually.
You have to save me. Thank you.
To react, because the question was on the European level, and I think also fellow panelists can address that. But I first of all would like to say that it's actually an issue that gets a lot of attention on the European level. We sort of also hit, some sort of a competence clash between what can be done on a European level and what can be, or what has to be done on the member states level. But as a priority, it gets a lot of policy attention, especially here in the European Parliament, but also from the European Commission. I think the key here is actually, first of all, to reveal and to publish data on how the gender pay gap is developing and how important it is. And I think that it actually shows the size of the problem, which is enormous. And also, I think, speaking on behalf, and I think we all are aware of it, in the Czech Republic, it's also a critical issue when it comes to some trends we are observing recently. So I think that would be part of the policy action. On the other hand, and we're also discussing how can we sort of make sure that the pay gap is reduced. I'm not that much convinced that we can have some restrictive measures or coercive measures, saying that we have to oblige companies, institutions to, for example, sort of straighten up the salaries. They still would have sort of a liberty in the salary decision. But at the same time, I think if, for example, we go ahead with more transparency, reporting obligation, especially on global and transnational companies, I think that we can actually sort of put another impulse into the debate, and by basically revealing some of the data which are concerning, we can actually make a pressure also on the key stakeholders here. And I think this should be also in the core of the European action.
Thank you. It seems ladies agree with you, so that's a good sign for the future. But I think, Linda, I have a question here for you, because Piotr Raniewicz is asking, in what ways can current economic development strategies be combined with a global push towards sustainable initiatives?
Thank you. I believe that one of the solid mechanisms of how to do it is actually using the EU taxonomy. It can be applied to national plans. There is now research coming out that has actually tested this and tracked it, and it looks like it is working quite well. In terms of long-term strategy, of course, that is something that needs to also consider making commitments in terms of what are the goals by 2030, 2040, 2050, how much carbon do you want to cut out of your systems, and how do you actually see where your economy fits in within the larger picture. So a more systematic approach in terms of figuring out how do you revamp your heavy industry so that it actually can survive the next 50 years is very important, because these are important employers. So it would be quite good to avoid unnecessary disruption and to start planning to transition and doing something about it as early as possible. So I would say that that would be my main approach to it. Of course, each economy and each situation is different. This is where tailoring to local context is quite important. So these measures might look different from country to country. However, I think the direction should be quite clear in terms of trying to make sure that you don't lose out and that you don't get left behind in a world that tries to move into digitalization and decarbonization and new technologies.
Thank you. And now I think it's the topic that you've mentioned, all of you, China and the influence on the EU policy and the expectations of the new administration. Anna Horáková asks, how are the varying national policies on Chinese trade relations challenging a cohesive EU-wide policy? Who starts? Andreas. We can.
I shall start.
Yeah, if you may.
Okay, I think this is, of course, there are different or diverging interests. I always have difficulties to see a national interest. I always see some interest, some vested interest. They are not necessarily conform across a country. So there is a business interest, there's a consumer's interest, there's a environmentalist interest. So I wouldn't say that we should look at the nations, we should rather look at the sectoral aspects. So we should check whether we can, say, align the interest of the business community, different sectors of the business community with the consumers' interests. And the consumers' interests would be, of course, more competition, cheap and high quality products at the same time. The business community has a different interest with respect to China. So I would say there is always a very heterogeneous set of interests, which is difficult to align, but I wouldn't see necessarily the huge differences across borders, but rather across, say, groups of society.
Thank you.
Okay, can I to this topic? Okay, I would like to emphasize that all we know that the common digital market is unfinished, and the common telecommunication market is unfinished. And what is the most sensitive topic as far as the trade with China is concerned is 5G and this technological dependency I mentioned about. And we know that all national states are licensing the providers of telecommunication services. It's not a European issue. These auctions are organized on national level, on state level. There is no coordination in this respect. So, and this is the biggest security danger for Europe as such. And it's also a question if this is only a matter of the EU, it should be also perhaps the platform of NATO, because all these cybersecurity issues are becoming more and more important and strategic, etc. So it's not only trade, it's not only about consumers getting some new inventions quickly, it's also about the security interest, but the licenses are provided as well as the regulation of the telecom providers is mainly organized on a national level.
Yeah, thank you. And Rebecca, probably you could have an answer to a question from Lucy Fatucci. In what way could concerns about human rights abuses in China and China's carbon footprint impact Sino-European economic relations?
So I would say that human relations and environmental conditions are two separate things that obviously interact a lot with each other, particularly when working conditions are taken under consideration, but that do need to be considered separately when looking at the global supply chain. The two schools of thought really are, can we encourage the kind of change we like to see by working with China and providing positive incentives, or by pushing back and sort of offering negative consequences? I tend to be an engagement type. I tend to think that by modeling ways for China to integrate more with the world, we can encourage better treatment of workers, particularly when these workers are part of the Western supply chain. So that is the direction I would recommend if anyone were to ask me, as you have, but people making manufacturing decisions don't always. Politically, it's a big question. How confrontational do you want to be, and how conciliatory do you want to be? And that's a tightrope that everybody who's elected has to manage when they're working with China. The situation in Hong Kong is very worrisome, and if that can ease up a little bit, that'll help on a lot of these other things.
Thank you all for the discussion, and I believe some unanswered questions we'll have the chance to answer right in the next panel devoted to the political dimension of the transatlantic partnership. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And now we move to the second panel, the political dimension. Matters of economical and technological cooperation are likely to be the flashpoints of the EU and US cooperation, but there are another topics where the two sides could struggle a bit more. Biden administration could want the EU to join it in pursuing a more active agenda on human rights, as we've heard, when it comes to China, as well as probably some so-called problematic European countries such as Hungary and Poland. Then there is the Middle East and Russia. Let's see what expectation does the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Industry and Trade and Minister of Transport, Karel Havlíček, have.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'm pleased to address you on the today's topic, only days after the 2020 US presidential election. This conference is a great platform to share our perspectives every year on up-to-date issues. I therefore regret that I cannot participate at the live event today and have an exciting debate. Allow me to at least share with you some thoughts through this video. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. President-elect Joe Biden and Madam Vice President-elect Kamala Harris on the election results. All the official and confirmed results are yet to come. I believe we can already talk about what the announced outcomes mean for the transatlantic relation. The entire world is going through difficult times, and the United States are no exception. It's therefore very important that when Joe Biden addressed the nation for the first time as a president-elect on Saturday night, he delivered a message of unity. He highlighted the promise of bringing the whole country together, irrespective of partisanship. And I believe that this call for unity is consequently a positive message for all of us. In a similar way, the new president is expected to change the tone and strengthen the relations with Europe. That's important from both the trade perspective as well as from the security one. The European Union-US cooperation can be the much needed boost for our economies in a post-COVID economic recovery. The escalating trade disputes, lowering our trade barriers, and working together on new technologies and regulatory standards and topics like 5G, civil use of nuclear energy, artificial intelligence or cybersecurity provide a promising mix of not only positive agenda but also of strategic cooperation. Without presuming too much, I believe that in the long term our ambition can be even a renewed discussion on a broader trade agreement with the US. The Biden administration can also significantly contribute to the engagement of the US in the multilateral system. We need to work together towards the WTO modernization and on the issue of no-market economies. We are still to see to what extent the US policy will shift, especially on China, but also on other countries. It's also key to stress our traditional security commitments and NATO needs to remain strong. And I'm hopeful that we will even deepen our cooperation. The topic of new technologies mentioned before overlaps significantly with security concerns, and the US is truly a strategic partner in this sense. Our efforts of post-COVID recovery can also be significantly mirrored in our bilateral relations. As we are working on the National Recovery Plan, it's vital to stress the innovative, digital and green parts of the economy could be also complementary to the US recovery. These opportunities can be developed on the basis of the already strong Czech-US ties. As you know, many US companies have a significant footprint in the Czech Republic, not only with the production but their businesses, but increasingly with research and development. These are aligned with our strategy, Czech Republic, country for the future. I hope that we will be able to further build on it with the incoming US administration after the crisis. Of course, the United States is also our most important export partner outside the European Union, especially with regard to products with high added value, such as aircraft engines, medical devices or microscopes. In 2019, export value reached over $4.6 billion, and although we expect that it will be lower this year, we hope the recover shortly and find new opportunities. Overall, the transatlantic relations are key and they need to remain as so. What we need right now is an active engagement of the US on the international field and recapturing its leadership role side by side the European Union in this increasingly unpredictable world. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you again for having me, and I wish you a fruitful discussion at today's conference.
The Deputy Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Karel Havlíček, mentioned many topics with a focus on trade, but now we'll speak very broadly about the political dimension of the transatlantic partnership. So now let me introduce the panelists for the next discussion, being it again Dita Charanzová, the Vice President and member of European Parliament of the Renew Europe Group. Also, she's Vice Chair of the Committee on the Internal Market and Consumer Protection and a substitute member of the Committee for International Trade. Welcome again. Also, Tomáš Petříček, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for being with us. Sasha Toperich, Senior Executive Vice President of the Transatlantic Leadership Network, Washington, D.C. think tank. Hello as well. And Jitka Láta-Znamenáčková, Deputy Head of the Czech Permanent Representation to the EU and Permanent Representative to the Political and Security Committee. Welcome as well. Dita Charanzová, Vice President of the European Parliament, was tweeting and mentioning already at her keynote speech the positive development in Brussels when it comes to the minor tariff agreement. But I guess it has nothing to do with the new administration. But do you see it as a start of improving relations?
Thank you very much. I think first of all we have to look back and to understand why, for instance, this agreement happened, because what is crystal clear that under the Trump administration the gaps between Europe and the US have widened. The EU was seen as a trade rival, as a freeloader on security issues, etc. I remember the times when I started in the European Parliament, when we negotiated with the Obama's administration very ambitious trade agreement, which was stopped by the Trump administration. So what we did, and the lobster deal that you are referring to, is the example of how we try to respond to the US request to go step by step to have different mini deals. I very much hope that with the new administration we will change this attitude and we will come back to more ambitious agenda, more broader transatlantic agenda and more positive agenda.
Thank you. That was Dita Charanzová. And will Tomáš Petříček, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, be as positive as she was? Already before the media projected the results of the presidential elections, you have said that we could expect improvement in transatlantic cooperation, but not a substantial shift in the direction of the foreign policy as such, mainly when it comes to Middle East or China. How do you see it now?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me for this debate. I believe what I said. I think that we can expect that the new administration will change the style of US foreign policy. It might be more open to discuss with us not only issues of bilateral trade between EU and US, but also issues related to the overall multilateral system, issues Trump administration either avoided or opposed to, like international commitment on climate change. We expect that the Biden administration might consider joining Paris Agreement in order to meet its promises the Democrats did during the campaign. But we cannot expect that there will be like 180-degree shift or change when it comes to key geopolitical issues, starting with China. I think that we already saw it during the campaign that both Democrats and Republicans share the view that the U.S. needs to tackle with the challenges China bring. And represent, we can expect that Democrats will also continue in the Middle East policy of Trump administration, not probably in the style, but in the content. There will be another effort to normalize, for example, relations between Israel and other Arab countries. So I believe that this provide a general outlook what we can expect from new administration in upcoming 4 years.
Thank you very much for a very brief opening remarks to our panel. Sasha Toperik, Senior Executive Vice President of the Transatlantic Leadership Network, Washington DC think tank, will give us a view from across the Atlantic on many topics covering the domestic policy as well as the foreign one. The stage is yours. We can't hear you. I'm sorry, we can't hear you because your microphone is muted.
Okay.
Thank you. Great. Now.
Okay. Good morning, and let me first congratulate and thank the organizers, the Institute for Politics and Society, for putting this timely and important conference together. It's a great honor to be a part of this distinguished panel discussing a transatlantic partnership and relations following the U.S. elections. Before I'll reflect on the U.S. elections and say what may lay ahead, let me acknowledge the 28 military medical experts from the National Guards of Nebraska and Texas that will be coming to your country to help combat COVID-19. This cooperation and support is yet another testament to a strong friendship between the United States and Czech Republic. I think it's also timely to say that NATO support, sending 60 ventilators, crucial in a medical effort for those COVID-19 patients who are in need of hospitalization, is exactly what true allies and friends offer. I pray for a speedy recovery to all those who are inflicted with the virus, and I hope we'll take encouragement with a progress of vaccine testing results, and latest one that showed from Pfizer better than expected results. Now, let me first begin with President Trump. He did lose the elections and should graciously concede. However, he takes with him an important legacy for the Republican Party, an extraordinary success in these elections, where 71 to 73 million Americans, pending the final certified voting results, voted for him. And we should take a note to that. It's a 6 to 8 million more Americans than in 2016. In other words, President Trump may have lost the White House, but the GOP grew stronger within the American society. And that positions him and the party pretty politically relevant for the years to come. Clearly, at the same time, his narcissistic bully tactics negate success, prevent him from acting as usual presidential. Stark difference that what we are recently seeing from President-elect Biden, whose really posture and the messages of a unity for the American people are truly, as the President of the United States, should act and convey the messages. And with all the recounts in a few battle states, I don't believe the vote will turn over the differential, and on January 20th, President-elect Joe Biden will be inaugurated 46th President of the United States. Some argue, and this is important, some argue that President Trump continues to hold in order to ensure his voters support the Republican candidates in the Georgia Senate runoff elections due on January 5th. That will certify the GOP victory and ruling of the Senate. And it is going to be strange, but if that will be the case, a pretty healthy political balance of power, check and balance in the American policies. I do take comfort in President-elect Biden calls for the unity that would be easily said and achieved. And this is also what our European allies should take into serious consideration. America First message, a tool through which Trump managed to create an impressive pre-COVID-19 economy, reduce unemployment to a historic low, bring an unprecedented number of minority communities to vote for him, has realigned American politics for years to come. You should look very highly anticipated blue wave the Democrats hoped for, at the end of the day didn't pan out. And the country is significantly more interested in the politics, but also in the same manner that much divided. The survey, for example, according to Chicago Council Global Affairs, that was conducted recently, 57 of those who were polled supported recent, I believe, August 2020 Trump administration decision to reduce the U.S. forces in Germany. The same poll also showed while the American support for the NATO is still very strong, the questions raised by the American people about more equal cost sharing to the alliance are growing. Now, President-elect Biden will be much kinder and more respectful of the allies than President Trump. Of that, there is no doubt. And that's really welcome and important news, not just for our strategically important, strong transatlantic ties, but for the global world in general. But while some allies might believe that with Trump's departure, there will be less pressure to meet defense obligations on this long-time concept of burden sharing about Europe paying more for its own defense, that is going to still remain a part of the American agenda. In my conversations with the Americans not involved in the national security or foreign policy, many actually believe that American cares more than European to their own security. They believe that while Europe is more focused on the economic morass produced by the pandemic, but they wonder why the investment in foreign policy and assistance of a taxpayer money should go where they perceive the lack of ownership of that leadership coming from Europe. Belarus and especially Ukraine will remain highly on a President-elect Biden agenda. As you all know, there is a bipartisan congressional support for support to Ukraine. And when it comes to Russia, it's very hard to predict who will handle these issues. But what we're learning is that Putin's actions, such as poisoning of opposition leader Navalny and actions in Belarus and Ukraine, will heavily and permanently influence those decisions. Putin, I trust, would be more happy and willing to, with the Biden team, thinking he would be able to engage in the nuclear arms control. But then there is another caution to our allies in Europe. The price that Russia would most likely enact in any possible nuclear weapons cuts would be for the U.S. to pull all the nuclear weapons out of the NATO. And once that happens, there is no coming back. You cannot bring those weapons back. Putin knows and hopes that he can generate support and positions among those Democrats, those nations who and political leaders in Europe who does not want nuclear weapons as a part of NATO strategic defense. And in previous panels, I just want to quickly note that both Democrats and Republicans are strongly opposed to the Nord Stream 2. There is a real lack of understanding of the willingness of some European countries to move ahead with this pipeline. There is a view in Washington, D.C. that this is accommodating Russia and raises questions of what that will do to Ukraine, Central East Europe, Baltic countries, and how that could help continued malign influence that Russia is trying to infiltrate in the Balkans. There is a puzzleness why Europe does not more broadly to oppose it. China, everybody agreed this will be the one of the most important, if not the most important, question in the new administration. But I think it's useful to remember that the Asian pivot came during the Obama administration. Trump, that will be one of his positive legacy, because in his bully way, though, he really highlighted and stood up against China, and that has been noticed in the American people. The property theft, intellectual property theft, technology theft, the disbalance in the trade. And I believe that the Biden administration will not turn the clock back to China, on China, and there may be serious discussions and possible compromises about the tariffs. The overall US perception of China's action being designed to undermine the West will remain in the United States. Briefly on the Middle East, yes, I believe Biden administration will look to jumpstart the nuclear agreement with Iran. This is really one of the huge disastrous decisions that President Trump did, and it did hindered and wounded the American credibility when signing the global multilateral agreement certified by the UN Security Council. But I think that Saudi Arabia is the one of the most to fear Biden administrations, as Democrats were so openly outraged by the brutal killings of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi and Saudi-led Yemen war. In general, overall recklessness of the Saudi crown prince. I believe that incoming US administration will insist on jumpstarting the GCC Council, a crisis that was launched by the Emirates and Saudi, isolating Qatar, and in general more stability in a region. As President-elect Biden already suggested, the US Embassy in Jerusalem will remain in Jerusalem, and I'm not very optimistic given all that has happened in the region, including the historic recognitions of 3 Arab countries of the State of Israel, that the Israeli-Palestinian current status quo will change in any foreseeable future. Lastly, on climate change, another disastrous decisions by the Trump administration. But clearly that will be one of the first that the President-elect Biden is going to change, and I believe the U.S. will come back to a Paris Agreement. But let me say something even more important. 34 cities, New York, Chicago, Atlanta among them, set a goal to reduce the 80% emissions of their hydrocarbons by 2050. 62 U.S. cities have either committed or to commit or to meet or to exceed the emissions targeted, announced by the federal government. And if all this combined will be successful, the reduction of pollution would be equivalent to about 45 million households switching to solar power. That said, U.S. continues to combat the climate change and is much more substantial on various lesser levels than really meets the eye. I'll stop here and look forward to a discussion.
Sasha Toperich from over the Atlantic, thank you very much for the view, because in this block we have much more guests from the Europe, so it also counts for Jitka Znamenáčková, the next one to speak, the deputy head of the Czech permanent representation to the EU. She could maybe speak about the importance of cooperation also in the cybersecurity field, as the Czech permanent representation has been subject to cyber attack last year, as we got to know recently. But I guess she will focus more broadly on the EU-US relationship. Jitka, welcome to the conference.
Thank you very much for invitation. That's really an honor to be with you. And Michala, you were very right. I planned to say at the beginning some overall picture about EU-US relations and some preview for next steps to be taken. For sure, as previous speakers mentioned, we are not to expect very much change in the vector and direction of U.S. foreign policy. What we expect to be changed is a style and rhetoric. Then comes a very important thing from the European side, and it's already happening, and that's the very early outreach to President-elect administration on several foreign affairs issues. That means that we should be really active and try to speak with upcoming administration on our neighborhood, on West Balkans, East partners, but also China, Middle East, and topics that were mentioned. So one of my main points is the outreach from the EU side. It was already done by head of European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and on lower levels, expert levels as well, for example, in terms of Western Balkans. Then several speakers mentioned expected shift in multilateralism and the style that should be taken by Biden administration. Apart from Paris Agreement, which is very perceived, I will mention the Human Rights Council. We really hope that it will be narrowed again, and the funding of the WHO. Of course, in general terms, and I think that Dita Charanzová already mentioned, we are not coming back to business as usual in the beginning of 4 years' time. But during these 4 years, there was a geopolitical change, decrease of globalization, and other challenging topics, and we should kind of reflect that in our partnership. What we see here in Brussels, and what we hope that EU will be perceived more like an ally, sometimes by Trump's administration wasn't so visible. And there I would mention defense cooperation. I think that one thing that should be underlined, current EU agreement on the PESCO, third countries cooperation, which is very important in relations with the US. And this is something we can build upon. Of course, NATO cooperation is very visible and very high on the agenda. As far as further steps, what is really crucial and important to get back to regular dialogue. Because that we a bit abandoned during last 4 years. So structured dialogue on foreign affairs issues is perceived. It's already happening in terms of China. There was launched EU-US dialogue on China, and we hope that Biden administration will kind of fill the meat of on this bone by concrete examples. In territorial perspective, as was already mentioned, we perceive cooperation towards our eastern partners as Ukraine. But again, I would stress the need of collaboration in Western Balkans. Last 4 years, we kind of see the pulling out effect by U.S. administration from Africa and in general from Middle East, apart the Middle East process. So this one we think will continue. On Russia, I think that a very pragmatic approach can be foreseen, and definitely on China, the trajectory will continue. As the question of cyber and this line of cooperation was mentioned, this is really something we should build upon the current cooperation and discussion. Of course, the Czech Republic is involved with the US and international community on discussion on 5G. And beside cyber, there is a lot potential to be done in terms, for example, of disinformation and strategic communication. So overall, there's a lot to be done, and in Brussels, almost everyone is looking for the next cooperation with the US. Thank you.
And I think too, Jitka Znamenáčková, yes, there is a lot of work ahead of all of you, I would say, because that's what you have to solve every day. So let me start a discussion with what change in the US foreign policy can we expect, and where it will be the most difficult to find the common ground between EU and the US. Minister Petříček, I can see you are thinking of it, so would you have an answer for me? Obviously from the Czech point of view.
I think that there might be still some differences when it comes to regional approach of European Union and US. Especially maybe in the case of Middle East, where European countries promoted JCPOA, the nuclear agreement with Iran. The question here is whether Biden's administration will return back, promote a dialogue with Iran, or it will continue in the policy presented by Trump's administration, which was more confrontational and led to weakening of the JCPOA. Even though we understand that there are more issues not covered in the agreement, but still representing a concern for international community and countries in the region. So Middle East might be questionable whether EU and US will find a common ground. In many other areas, I think that with new administration, it will be easier to find common positions. I think that we can start with the expectation from Biden's ambition to strengthen the cooperation of like-minded countries within the multilateral system. President Biden would like to organize first summit of world democracies. We hope that this will be inclusive process that might strengthen the role of democratic states in UN, in UN agencies, and in many other global initiatives. The aim is to strengthen the voice of democracies in the world right now, because frankly, and it has been already said, we are increasingly facing a struggle of different narratives about the governance, and here I think that democracies need to stick together, need to work together, and need to improve international international organizations we more or less established in the past, starting with the UN, WTO, and other institutions. I still want to mention that we will have to see whether we can progress trade issues. It has been discussed that EU-US now have a new opportunity to settle some of the issues that have emerged in the past couple of years. But I think that the key issue is whether we can find a common ground for reforming World Trade Organization, because it is turning to be less effective in providing a level playing field for global trade, for providing a regulatory framework that might face some of the trends we have seen already before the pandemic, such as fragmentation of the global trade, regionalization, increased protectionism, or drive to self-sufficiency. I think these trends are present very much in global debates, and the question is whether the Biden administration will be more open to discuss with the EU about free trade, or it will, to some extent, continue in the trade policy that has been shaped by Trump's administration. On the one hand, Democrats have supported free trade. On the other hand, we saw that there were parts of Trump discourse or rhetoric in the Democratic campaign as well, such as by American awareness about to protect some of the economic sectors of the U.S. economy. So the question here is whether we will be able together to discuss how to reform the trade in a way that is more just, fair on one hand, and at the same time provide a level playing field for all participants.
So I can see that trade is the main point for the whole US-EU relationship. I guess Tita Charanzová would agree with that, because she also mentioned that in her speech. But still, if I should ask for the point of view from Brussels and Strasbourg, where do you see the biggest differences in perception of foreign policy when it comes to the US and the expectations the EU has from Biden's administration?
Thank you very much. I think a lot has been already mentioned, and I would agree with those who said that they expect especially the change of the tone, but also the change in the content. I very much liked, I think it was yesterday, the tweet saying America will be back in the game again. And I think this is something which really characterized the expectations also on our side of the Atlantic. So what we really need is to get engaged again. What was missing in the past, where we all follow this Twitter diplomacy of Mr. Trump, where we were all just following his tweets, just trying to learn how much new tariffs we will get on our exports in the US. So this should be now a taboo, and we will come back to the negotiating table, which is a good point. As for the content, I very much agree with what Mr. Minister Petříček said on the position of Biden's administration in the Middle East. I very much hope that we will see some shift when it comes to Iran, where Europe has been very, very active. And I think we all also remember the famous Obama speech in 2009 in Prague, where he actually started the call for a decrease of effective decrease of nuclear arms. And hopefully this will be valid also for the Biden's administration. For other topics, if I leave my favorite trade apart, part. Definitely China, which I agree with Sasha. Well, I don't expect major shift in the U.S. policy, but here again, I think combined forces with the EU can bring more benefits both to the U.S. and to the EU. So I hope that we will perhaps engage together and face the challenges of China together. Of course, it will be also our internal task to make sure that we have one united EU front when it comes to our foreign policy vis-à-vis China. But I think this is one of the topic where one of the area where we can work together with the new administration.
So I see Middle East as a threat, China as an opportunity. So where we will continue. I'll still stay within the Europe, so Jitka Látal, Znamenáčková. For example, when now I heard about China, some analysts have suggested that the Chinese leadership may now be feeling secretly disappointed as Beijing could see Trump as embodiment of a decline of the US power. But we'll ask about it later to Sasha Toprich, but now, Jitka, where do you see that it will be very difficult to find a common ground with the US new administration in foreign policy?
Well, I think that almost all the difficult grounds were already mentioned. I would maybe stick with the China. We should kind of perceive that there is a slight difference in approach, of course, and in subject matter. The US and the EU see China as kind of a rival. The EU has the diplomacy of statement, as was said by Trump's once, and sometimes it's seemed that US use more a hammer on China than diplomatic effort. So in this regard, I think that there will be more closeness between the approaches with the administration, but there is still a difference of the subject matter. We and US see the matters with Chinese. Of course, the Middle East. Some analysis, current analysis said that the US will kind of withdraw itself from Middle East, apart several things: Israel, Middle East process, trade, and Iran. So this will be kind of a window of opportunity to fill the gap, and we'll see if some regional player will place it. One word on trade. Of course, the multilateral trading system needs a change. But I think that there is really different approach from U.S. administration we can see for sometimes, and the European ones. So I'm not very sure if we can find a common ground on the WTO, but I will be the one for sign for it. And of course, we can perceive differently some issues in defense policy. That one is a bit open. how will be the track and the vector of new administration, and on that one we should see what happens. We will follow closely the Afghanistan and US further involvement, but in the defense issue there are several more.
Thank you. Well, Sasha Toporich was listening to all of you. So, how do you see it? And probably I will add one more question. Will President-elect Joe Biden focus more on the divided nation, systemic racism and COVID-19 pandemic, and so domestic policy will have the priority? Or will there be enough time for the foreign policy?
I think that's a very valid point you just made. But let me just say that I agree with a lot of pretty remarkable remarks my colleague panelist suggested. But I think, first of all, if we go back to the foreign policy, we need to first of all define what we mean, which problem in the Middle East, where we may disagree or agree. Is it a Syria? Is it an Israeli-Palestinian peace accord? Is it also in North Africa, in Libya? There are growing tensions in the Eastern Mediterranean. I think that the European Union has shown not exactly a unity as a union when certain national politics came to play, namely Macron exercise in sending ships to the Mediterranean, unlike the United Kingdom, is not a signer of guarantees of the treaties there. Two, in Libya, where President Trump made the most ridiculous call to renegade General Khalifa Haftar, and that in a certain way, optic-wise at least, although this has never been outspoken clearly by the White House administration or the State Department, sort of gave boost for Khalifa Haftar 1 year old long attack on Tripoli in the west of the country is in a collision with, for example, earlier with the Italy policies. And Macron, who supported Emirates and Emirates-backed, financially backed and military-backed Khalifa Haftar was eyeing certain lucrative contracts there, but that was not in a coherence with the U.S. policy that was enacted by State Department in support of a legitimate government and the processes of democratization of the war-torn country. That unfortunately is one of the biggest mistakes that Obama administration have done. You know, one toppling Gaddafi. So I think what will end up happening is that there will be hand-point situations that will have their own complexities, to which we should all work together and find common ground, but not put the uncomfortable facts under the table, thinking they're going to disappear. Look, if you look into great effort by the Belarusian people, to which I've been so humbled by. I mean, they go week by week on the streets. They've been beaten, tortured, expelled. Those are the genuine heroes of all what we are saying in this conference. These people in Belarus. And I don't know if we would be there, would be joining that fervently movement, knowing we can end up either dead or beaten or imprisoned or without job. And what happened when the EU came to lift the sanctions in a very crucial time on Lukashenko's regime? Cyprus, because connecting the Turkish-Greece problem in Eastern Mediterranean waters, a country with a 0.5 population of the European Union that I love very much, blocked the European Union call to enact the sanctions. Well, that's an issue, I think, to reflect upon as well. Where we can work on a foreign policy, I'm long long years immigrant in America, as you all know, but I think with the Balkans, where I originally was born, the same thing. The U.S. has posed the U.S. Treasury has posed those heavy blacklisted sanctions on some individuals, and the State Department has urged Brussels, and this is for the European Parliament and the Commission to hopefully enact, but they never follow through. Many of these people don't have assets in the U.S., so those sanctions are first and foremost politically designated, and they don't hurt much of those political figures that are obstructing European Union enlargement of the processes of those countries that are craving to actually rejoin the European family. So I think if the European Union, in a transatlantic partnership, would follow such actions, I think, and enact such mechanisms that the U.S. Treasury has, I think that would be a pretty concrete step forward in tackling a number of issues. That has been the case with Libya. You have recently lifted sanctions, rightly so, on some Libyan leaders in support of ongoing peace talks in Tunisia for the hopefully stability and new elections in Libya. So, look...
many topics that have to be solved, and many topics we have to wait for the development with the new administration. We got it. Thank you very much. But I think we have to move to the new situation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic as main... That's the main trend of the questions we get from the audience. Joseph Gerling, for example, is asking, in what ways do you foresee the COVID-19 crisis as potentially strengthening populist parties in the EU, which appeal to citizens who may feel disenfranchised by shutdowns and lost jobs? So... how do you see, or can you see potentially strengthening populist parties in the EU? We don't have any politologist here, so anyone who could comment on that? Mr. Minister, yeah? And then Dita Charanzová as well, thank you.
Very briefly, I believe in contrary. I believe that the crisis can strengthen, let's say, traditional political parties or movements, because the crisis showed that populism is not a response where you need expertise, where you need to use effectively institutions that are designed for tackling crisis situation or emergency situation. So I at the end believe that this can help us to overcome this post-factual spirit or atmosphere that is on both sides of the Atlantic, and it can return us back or this closer to policy making based on expertise and proper work of democratic institutions.
Thank you. Dita Charanzová.
Well, I would just add to it that we are all worried that we are going through very difficult moments for our societies, for our economies, and even so, we might see the light in the tunnel now with the new vaccine perhaps available. It's not the end of the story. The economic impact will only follow. And while I would like to be as optimistic as Mr. Petříček is, I fear a little bit that we will be faced with a lot of difficult decisions in the member states, but also on the European level. And we have to give answers to people, That's why I'm happy that, for instance, in Brussels, we managed to have a deal on the next financial framework, the new budget, that there will be more money coming to the member states when it comes to health sectors, when it comes to how to invest new money in the economy. And this is exactly the answers that we have to provide to people and explain that we, and there I am speaking also as someone who sits in Brussels and is sometimes accused that it's really far away and lives in a Brussels bubble, but we need to also find the appropriate tool how to better communicate what we do for our citizens.
I believe you've partly already answered the question of Philip Gregor, who asks, what can be done to ensure the European Union remains united and viable? And what role can the United States play in its cohesion or dissolution? There's the second part that was not answered yet. So, Dita Charanzová, would you add something?
Yes, just very briefly, and I was surprised to read, for instance, that only 2% of Europeans surveyed this summer expressed the view that the US was a helpful ally in the fight against COVID. So, I mean, it speaks for everything. It means that I think the question here is that with the new administration, with the new US administration, whether we will be able to work together both in the WHO or in different international fora to tackle the health problems at a global level. So when it comes to the European Union, I think that there is a clear lessons learned, and we will definitely find new ways and tools how to better coordinate among the member states. I think we all understood that when we have a health crisis, that it's not a national problem, that it's not only an EU problem, that it's a global problem.
Sasha Tuperich was nodding in agreement, so there was no matter asking if there is a different view over the ocean, or how do you see it from there?
No, I think the minister was. I think the minister comment on strengthening, answering the question on strengthening possible populist movements are brilliant, and I think that Mr. Charanzová was right on the spot in her expose on the topic, and I think we are in the verge of getting the vaccine. I think that the COVID-19 has washed a lot, and we cannot yet know the damages, and let's not just call it the damages, let's call it, there's so many different levels, and we're all staying home. I had a COVID 6 weeks. Myself, and I'll tell you, it's not comfortable. It's really, it attacks you so profoundly. You at some point really have a feeling that you won't make it. But most of the people do recover. The pandemics will go away. It will stay with us for years to come, but in a different manner. I think we are going to see a new stimulus in the US to support the economy. I believe that, look, we came to the point in the first global lockdown, and why the lockdowns were lifted, because it was pretty much global at that point. The oil storage capacities were completely full, and those in the oil industry would know that once you stop the production, once you stop the drilling, it's not just only extremely expensive that you have to jumpstart it, but at some point, or in some wells, it actually will permanently be not possible. And we are still heavily dependent globally on oil, and I think and that was a big fear, I guess, in general, and in the US and in the OPEC countries, what to do. I think that one of the outcomes of this pandemic will be that we are all going to push more for renewables. I think this is the positive side that we should all be focusing, and I believe that President-elect Biden is going to, I think he already has indicated that, going to push to that direction. Now, whether there will be another US lockdown, I really don't, I don't know. I don't think nobody is addressing it. There's a new committee being formed by the President-elect, and plus, we are talking of a second wave now in November that has crippled Europe. What will happen by January 20th, And then let's we talk about the February onwards, after President Biden sits at the White House and has a full legitimacy to appoint people with authorizations to do a job on behalf of the American people, we cannot know. So I really believe, look, we should all wear masks, we should all wash hands very often, we should all keep us in a social difference as much as possible, and I would just hope that by spring of next year we are going to talk about the vaccine being available for people and a different repercussions. I think that the Vice President of the Parliament made a crucially important point. We still do not know, because we all talk about the perceptions on the COVID-19, we talk about the famous people getting infected, we talk about the numbers daily of people who died, we talk about what is a partial lockdown, complete lockdown, but economic impact that has grip on the world, and some of it that will take possibly a decade to reshape, is enormous, and we should all work together and help. We should not be looking into the deficit at this point in time, really work out as much as to stimulate the economies.
Let me here use a question of Philip Law, who is asking, could the emergence of a COVID-19 vaccine potentially strain international relations? If so, how? Do we see something like that? Because, for example, the tensions between China and the US after President Trump said it came from China to destroy, and it hurts the whole world. Can this be even more, I don't know, strict after the vaccine is here, but that's not enough of it? There won't be enough of it at the first moment, definitely. So, Sasha?
Thank you. And I wanted, before my distinguished European colleagues to address this, I just felt a need to jump first. Look, the speculation, there are many speculations about the origins of this virus and who's to blame, but there is the one thing that we should say. There will be time to investigate and look at this seriously. The point now is to focus how to battle and win the battle over the virus. Where I am really furious personally on the Chinese authorities is for suppressing the voice of a medical doctor who wanted to talk, and he died out of the COVID, and some others, and those are facts. Those are facts. So I think to that end, while I agree for the US to rejoin the World Health Organization, like the United Nations, we should all look into significant reforms and efficiency into these multilateral institutions. The vaccines that Russians have produced or any other nations, I don't believe that there should be any competition. We live in a world that has over 7 billion people, and I think we should make available vaccines free of charge for each of our safeties around the globe, subsidized either by the multilateral agreement to the companies or by countries individually. This is my view.
Thank you. Jitka Znamenáčková.
Yeah, I just will build up on what was just said. I think that this is the opportunity for really strengthening the international cooperation. And here we need the US to jump back into the business and to help us with WHO, with funding, and with all the process. I understand, of course, there were some hurdles and some accusations in the international environment, but this is not the time for that. We really need to work together on international platform. Thank you.
And what is the experience of Minister Tomáš Petříček, who at the springtime, the first wave of pandemic, at the anti-panic conference mentioned that he was really disappointed by the reaction of non-cooperation within the EU. Is it now good? And don't you then see any strain for the international relations being brought by the development, even by the vaccine?
Compared to the spring, I'm glad that we are more capable of coordinating our reaction to the second wave. We are discussing more about harmonization of the restrictions on traveling and so on. And I think that we should also take a credit, or the EU should take a credit for being now more capable of assisting member states that are most affected by the crisis, including my own country. We have received, in the time we really needed, 30 ventilators from the EU stock. It is a signal that the crisis reaction, crisis management at the EU is improving right now. But I think it is not a finished business. I think we will need to assess or take stock of what went right and what went wrong during the whole crisis in order to improve our capability to react and our resilience as a union to possible future challenges. So I'm glad we improved something, but it is not yet 100%.
Yeah, but definitely the positive signs are here. So we just have to hope that it will go even further the positive way. Thank you very much, all of you, for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
And from politics, we've already mentioned many times the security questions, and that's exactly what we are going to focus on in the next just in a few seconds we'll start, and we have more than an hour for that. As Sasha Toporek mentioned at the previous panel, most Americans, those who are not intimately involved in the daily work of national security and foreign policy, believe that the US spends more and cares more about Europe's security than the Europeans do themselves, regardless of who is the president. So on the other hand, across Europe, they are strengthening or increasing calls for a common military so that we minimize our security dependence on the USA, which would be quite costly, I could say. Now we will hear from the Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic, Lubomír Metnar, how he sees the role of NATO and the future relations.
Vážené dámy, vážení pánové, děkuji pořadatelům konference za možnost
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being able to address you with my view of the transatlantic relationships and the challenges. Can't find a better time than now when we're expecting on both sides of the Atlantic how the new president-elect is going to approach the situation. I hope he's going to be all for international cooperation. For the Czech Republic, it would be a positive news because we take the NATO as something to build on. We are an open economy built on international exchange, and to extend the transatlantic relationships are built on these as well. But I'm not going to talk about the economic aspect. From my position, I would like to emphasize only one thing. Although we have certain partial disputes, what connects us is bigger, more important and stronger than the areas where we have disputes and different standpoints. As one of the areas where this link is very strong, I would like to call the defense area. This is now a collective ensuring of security is the best way for the Czech Republic. EU should support its itself better, but it shouldn't compete with NATO as it is an essential part of our defense. NATO, the strongest collective group, is for many a synonym for the transatlantic link, but it's not the same. It is built on close links of Europe with the USA and Canada. I strongly believe that both sides of the Atlantic are very well aware of the benefit they have from the mutual cooperation. On the other hand, I have to admit that the transatlantic relationship is facing many issues and it keeps developing, although it is essential that on both sides there is a will to work on such an important partnership. What's most visible from the NATO perspective on the media is investments into NATO. We cannot blame the US that they want the other members of NATO to contribute more. And it is just that they complain that Europe should contribute more and we should stand up to our commitments. And me, as a Minister of Defense, I've been fighting for third year now with what underfunding has done to the state of our defense. Thanks to the support of our President, we managed to change this trend, but we have to maintain this trend. To cut down on several billions of the Ministry of Defense can sound very attractive, but the impacts would be long-term and massive. Since I been appointed to this office, we took many steps. We bought the mobile air defense radar. We have a new passenger car for our soldiers. We are buying Caesar self-propelled howitzers and short-range air defense systems. And of course, we're also working on new infantry fighting vehicles. When we speak about transatlantic links, if it wasn't for our strong links, very important purchase of 12 helicopters, multi-purpose helicopters wouldn't happen. What's most important for every army is soldiers. They can be perfect professionals, but if they don't have the right equipment and armament, they cannot do anything. We are buying brand new assault rifles and bulletproof vests and helmets. Our soldiers don't have to fear that they won't have these things available. What is a speck in the eye is the high cost of such procurements. But yes, we need to keep them on a level that we can implement their funding, but it is absolutely crucial for ensuring our safety. I believe that none of us wants to cut this budget. Back to transatlantic relationship, one of the calls is the permanent structured cooperation, PESCO. The United States fears that the European defense cooperation is going to be closed on the outside. Us on the EU platform, we are open to non-member states, and it is important for us that the results of European defense cooperations are useful also within NATO. It is important that we have a dialogue and mutual understanding on both sides of the Atlantic. There is a generation exchange. The older generation, for whom tight relationships were a necessity, is being replaced by new generation with a different worldview. That's why we need to discuss about what we have in common and why we need to cooperate, and partial disputes must not overshadow that we can benefit from mutual cooperation. This is very well illustrated by the new President-elect Joe Biden, because he's been engaged in the area of foreign policy for many years. He's very well aware of the importance of strong and permanent alliances. At the same time, he had to convince voters that he's capable of listening to new generations, but it would be a mistake mistake if us in Europe believe that by his election we would be able to pull out of our commitment to invest 2% of GDP into defense. Europe, including us, needs to strengthen our defense and invest into it. The era the transatlantic relationships are going through is not easy, but the resolution of all our disputes depends on all the states and their communication. The links of all NATO members have been always built on common values, respect for democracy and respect for law. This remains also for the future, but I believe that any exchange of opinions can result in it being positive, and all the members can come out of it stronger.
The Czech Republic. And now we will get further views from our guests. So let me welcome the panelists of the third panel, focusing on security, namely Petr Pavel, retired Army General, former Chief of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Czech Republic, and former Chairman of the NATO Military Committee. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Also, Tomáš Pojar, Vice President for International Relations and Security, expert of Sevro Institute, and former Ambassador of the Czech Republic to Israel. Also, welcome here.
Hello.
Lauren Speranza, Director at Transatlantic Defense and Security, SEPA. Welcome here.
Thank you.
This is for me a check that I have a connection with you, so thank you for saying welcome and so on. Also, Susan Korg, head of the Transatlantic Democracy Working Group with the German Marshall Fund of the United States. Hello to the United States.
Hello, thrilled to join you today.
And last but not least, Jeroen Dober, European Affairs Manager and head of the FNF Security Hub of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation in Belgium. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
Let me start with retired Army General Petr Pavel. Current security environment is characterized by ever-increasing level of interconnectedness between security issues and all other areas of our lives. Are the institutions and mechanisms we have at our disposal effective enough to cope with challenges ahead? So these are the topics for the General Petr Pavel to raise in his introduction.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and good afternoon to all my fellow co-panelists. I would like to very briefly introduce my point, because as an ex-military, I'm expected to talk mostly about security and defense issues. In that aspect, I will be close to some arguments already presented by Czech Minister of Defense. Let me start more broadly with the characteristics of current security environment, which we are discussing in details for more than a decade now. And we talk about changing security environment in terms of complexity, becoming more complex, multi-layer, multi-direction, melting together military with non-military threats and challenges, state and non-state actors, internal and external threats, and all coming in one big mixture of challenges that create a very challenging environment to cope with. We are witnessing this development in a very concrete manner in Russian aggression against Ukraine, in the annexation of Crimea. From that point, we started using hybrid activities, hybrid warfare. That actually is an expression of how we describe this very complex environment, and old and new tools being used in a very much coordinated and integrated manner. So what was perceived quite easy to understand in terms of the confrontation between NATO and Warsaw Pact mainly military threat, both conventional and nuclear. In the old terms of war fighting, is definitely not over, but it is now overshadowed by a new importance of these non-military short of war tools that are being used extensively in substitution to those military, trying to achieve similar or the same effects as with the use of military tools. So what we can see now is that what some scholars are describing as weaponization of everything. Some of the areas which were always considered as a tool of influence are now specifically described as a weapon. And I would now recall the quote from President Vladimir Putin, who calls energy a weapon. But we can also talk about other areas like economy, trade, finance, science and education, environment, information, communications. All these activities are now being used in a coordination to exert the influence and the pressure. So when we are now confronted with such a broad range of challenges and very well coordinated from our opponents, we have to come up with a similarly complex reaction that would be capable enough to cope with these challenges. And if we look at the tools that we have at our disposals, mostly NATO and the EU in our North Atlantic and Euro-Atlantic environment, what we see is NATO that is coming through an adaptation that has been launched primarily after the annexation of Crimea, and NATO is going through the series of adaptation measures, but still within the framework that has been established for the alliance. And let's remind ourselves that NATO is primarily a political military organization, and it is structured in that way, with a political part and military part. What we have witnessed even in my times in a position of a chairman of the NATO Military Committee, that we were lacking some capabilities in assessing security environment. For example, to make it clear, it is not good enough to assess only military power of Russia, number of divisions and their reach of their missiles and capability of their air force, without considering their economic capabilities, financial reserves, in terms of sustainability of that force. And NATO doesn't dispose with all the information that is necessary to cope with this very complex hybrid environment. The same goes for finance, energy, and other elements for which NATO doesn't have the structures and the tools. On the other hand, European Union, originally economic groupings of nations, has developed into the structure with the full spectrum of activities, including security and defense, but without having an ambition for collective defense. So we have one organization that is designed for collective defense, meaning collective defense not only against the traditional military threats, but collective defense against all other new types of threats, including those hybrid and short of war. Because some of them were described as the situations that could invoke Article 5 and thus collective defense, but without actually fighting the war in traditional sense. But the EU has the tools how to deal with finance, economy, science, and all other aspects, but the EU doesn't have the structure capacity and even a will or ambition to deal with collective defense. So I believe that there is a mismatch between the requirements of current threats and challenges and the structures that we have, because from what we heard from the Minister of Defense and what we all know, the cooperation and coordination between the two institutions is far from being perfect, far from being smooth and covering all the areas without overlaps and without gaps. And not even speaking about the situation that we face today in post-COVID, even though we are still not in post, but will soon hopefully be in post-COVID situation, that put a lot of focus on kind of sovereignty and self-sustainability in a number of areas. We're talking about autonomy of Europe. In previous times before COVID, mostly related to defense and the European army. Now discussion is more focused on autonomy in terms of technologies and some strategic issues. But still, this call for more autonomy goes in principle against more cooperation, because obviously through protection of our own resources, through building self-reliance, we are actually restricting to some level the cooperation and mutual exchange, are reducing dependency. So we will have to find proper ways how to optimize the structures and proceedings of the two institutions to find the best ways how to face this complex environment, and not going too far in the search of autonomy by cutting cooperation that we have to extend, not to restrict. And I would like to end here and leave the room for discussions. Thank you.
And I thank you. I've heard in the background the question, do we need to change NATO dramatically? And we will get to that as soon as we get to the discussion. But first, I would like to hear also Tomáš Pojar, Vice President for International Relations and Security Expert of Several Institute, and his view. I'll probably mention that already in January you said Europe, the European Union, should first stop dreaming of nuclear agreements with Iran, which basically does not work and solves absolutely nothing. So what do you hope for from President-elect Biden?
Well, first of all, let's assume that Joe Biden is sworn in on the 20th of January and goes directly to the Oval Office. It looks likely, but we may see some surprises or hiccups on the way. Definitely the transition will be long. Every transition from one party to the other, transition of the administration is long. This is going to be a deep transition, facing a Republican majority in the Senate, or at least the 50-50 situation, which doesn't make it easy to replace the administration. So as there is no ambassador, no U.S. ambassador in Germany these days, there will for a long time not be U.S. ambassador in Berlin. We do have ambassador in Prague, but for a long time there will not be one after January. And we have to take it as a fact. What will be the situation or the priorities or the behavior of Biden's administration? First of all, I think that it will remain to be basically more on the isolationist side, which is not new, which was the approach of President Obama, and which was to be the approach of President George W. Bush if 9/11 wouldn't have happened. So the new administration will have the multilateralist approach, But in reality, on the ground, and especially once we are talking about defense and security, it will be rather isolationist, which is going to be then putting more on the shoulders of Europeans, and let's see how we as Europeans will be able to cope with it. It will not, the Biden administration will not be interested in the European neighborhood. It will not be interested in North Africa. It will not be interested in the Western Balkans. It will not be interested that much in the Middle East, or it will be the same like we have seen under the previous administrations of Donald Trump and Barack Obama. And let's see how much it will be interested and how much it will have time to be interested in Eastern Europe. Of course, Russia will be on American agenda somehow, maybe much more on our agenda. It will be pushing for 2% GDP spending on defense, not in the Trumpish way, not so vocally, but it will want to get Europeans on the track, but it will not be easy because as Czechs we do not fulfill it, and we are not on the right trajectory to be there in 2024 as we promised. Germans are the same. They are slightly better than us Czechs, but they are not going to be there as well. And I feel and I'm afraid that some of the Europeans will backtrack again from those promises, which will not be seen positively in Washington, D.C., and which will not add to the capabilities of Europeans to take care of their or of our own neighborhood. But there will be a friction. Of course, China will be very much a priority for Biden's administration and any other U.S. administration to come after his. There will be temptations of restart with Russia, especially on the disarmament issues. It will not come immediately, but it will be there. It is in focus of every democratic administration and sometimes of the Republican one as well. And it will be somehow engaged in the issues of JCPOA, Iranian nuclear issue, which is going to be very hard to move somewhere like realistically or to improve the situation, to put it this way. And again, the Biden's administration can go back into the trap of restarting Middle East peace process between Israelis and Palestinians, which is dead for already 15 years. There is nothing to resurrect it, and the Israelis don't believe in it, Palestinians don't believe in it, Arabs don't believe in it, Persians don't believe in it, Turks don't believe in it. It's us Europeans who believe in it and half of the Americans. So let's see how much this is going to be preoccupying us, but definitely this is not an issue of defense and security relevance. What will be the European position? Well, first of all, we will be preoccupied with the climate change issues as no other region of the world, because we believe in those issues more than anyone else. Yes, the US will be partly back, but not as vigorously as we would like it to be back, and not as vigorously as or not as we will be the leaders in this, and we will be preoccupied, and of course we will be preoccupied as the others with the Chinese flu pandemic economic situation or post-pandemic economic situation, which means that both those issues are going to be pushing the real defense and security challenges outside, unfortunately, because we will be then only reactive on the issues of terrorism, reactive on the issues of potential tensions, wars, etc. Yes, we will be facing chaos in the neighborhood with no U.S. engagement in the neighborhood anywhere we look from our from Europe. We will be facing the issue of borders and border security and border protection. And again, it's going to be on us, and let's see how we will be able to deal with it. We will be, of course, facing the challenges and issues of China and Russia. This is not going to go out, and we will be more significantly both here and in Washington facing the issue and the hot issue of Turkey. Not that Turkey would be as important as China and Russia, but Turkey as a member of NATO with a strong strong links to the EU, economic links, and as one of the major neighbors of the EU, especially under President Erdogan, it's going to be very, very, very difficult to handle. And I guess that it's going to be more and more difficult each year that President Erdogan gets more radicalized and more aggressive. And we will be facing the issues of cybersecurity and 5G. So if you look into those sets of priorities in Washington and in Europe, then there are not complete overlaps, and sometimes there is a potential for disagreements. Definitely not potential to put priorities together, and sometimes there is a potential for friction. And since we have Friedrich Naumann Stiftung on board, I would like to stress especially the role of Germany and the crucial role of Germany, which will be there from the point of view of, I think, Americans and also us Europeans sitting in Prague, taking Germany, considering Germany as the most important, of course, neighbor of Czech Republic and the most important European player and the most important country within Europe as such and within the European Union. And there again, I think that there will be some troubles and potential frictions with new Biden administration, which will focus on Germany. Yes, because it will want to improve transatlantic relations. It will want to focus on key Western European states, and Germany is going to be number one. Yes, because the German-American relations were definitely not very good in the last 4 years, worse than what can be said from Paris or from any other country, I think, in Europe. And thankfully and rightfully, Joe Biden will want to improve it, but then he will hit the reality of the German politics. Again, reminding everyone that a year from now, there will most likely be completely new government, or new government, maybe not completely, but new government in Berlin, and probably new chancellor if Angela Merkel really will not run for the elections, if there is going to be some successor in her country, in her party. So where does Germany stand, or where it will stand in a year from now? Very hard to say what will be the views of China and Russia, because they are not very clear now, especially not on China, but also there is a deep divide in Germany on Russia and on the clear policies regarding Russia. And it may be very different from the views in Washington, D.C., including once we are talking, or even once we are talking about democratic administration of Joe Biden. Let's see what will be the 5G and cybersecurity decisions in Germany. It's been a year and a half since everyone is expecting that the German government will put a bill into the parliament regarding 5G regulation. The last deadline was September this year. It didn't happen. German government is divided and not able to put it into the Bundestag, and Germany is one of the last European countries, or last important European countries and players, which has not made a decision about how to handle 5G. Yes, directly influencing Czech Republic with the role of T-Mobile among Czech operators. I've mentioned already 2% spending. Germany, we are the worst. Almost the worst as Czechs, but Germans are not so much better. Yes, and there is not a consensus of going to 2%, and I can hardly see that consensus after the next elections. It can be completely the opposite. Yes, there is going to be the issue of Nord Stream, which is not going to be so divisive as it is now, but it will remain to be on the table. There is going to be the issue of borders, where again it's not an American issue, but it's going to be a divisive issue in Europe, and there is going to be continuous German policy of non-engagement for non-military engagement in solving or helping to solve problematic regions of issues around the world, which is understandable. But again, there will be a potential friction within Europe and also with the US in terms of how to find a division division of labor. Yes, there may be some understandings on the JCPOA or Middle East peace process, but hard to say what kind of common ground we can get. So let's watch Germany and let's see how much we can find the common ground.
As always, realistic and not at all idealistic, Tomáš Pojar, with many topics mentioned. So I'm quite curious to see the reaction from other panelists. Now we have Lauren Speranza here, the director at the Transatlantic Defense and Security, SEPA. Would you oppose to Tomáš, or what will be your thoughts on what the new administration will mean for transatlantic partnership?
Sure. Well, thank you so much. It's great to be here with you all in this distinguished group of experts. I would say, there are some things Ambassador Pojar and I agree on, and some things I might challenge or characterize slightly differently. But that is the point of these debates, so I'm really looking forward to the discussion. I would say, of course, the election of Joe Biden certainly brought a kind of sigh of relief to many in Washington and Brussels. But as we think about what's to come, I do think it's important to have a measured approach and to think about not just the good, but the bad and perhaps even the ugly. And I think I'll start with the good. Of course, President-elect Biden is expected to take a much more gracious approach to the Transatlantic Alliance. He obviously views the U.S. partnership with Europe as sacrosanct and personally believes in the European project. As his first priority with regards to transatlantic security, he's pledged to rebuild the trust, commitment, and values that underpin the U.S.-Europe alliance. And for these reasons, this is actually why I wouldn't characterize his approach as isolationist. In fact, it's being characterized here on the right as globalist. And the headline I saw yesterday was Biden abandons America first for globalism. So it's interesting to see how that's playing out here in the domestic debates. I certainly agree that there will, of course, be realities that force him to focus more on domestic issues than optimistic Europeans might think. But I do think his foreign policy team will certainly prioritize Europe, and there will actually be a proper interagency process for transatlantic policy and consultations. Of course, his cabinet is expected to contain many familiar faces, including some from the Obama administration, friends of NATO and the EU, who will certainly have an open ear for allies and partners in Washington. In terms of substance, I think President-elect Biden is likely to champion some very welcome developments and defense and security policy moves. Of course, we mentioned restoring the U.S. leadership role in NATO, reviewing and possibly reversing, I would expect, the withdrawal of U.S. forces from Germany and the kind of chaotic shuffling of headquarters that followed, more consultation on international agreements, whether it's arms control, basing, or sanctions, and of course, a more coordinated transatlantic approach to China. On Russia, and we can come back to this in the discussion, I hope, but I actually would say that I think the Democratic Party is divided on Russia, with half of them sort of thinking that it's time for a Russia reset and thinking that a further degradation of relations would be dangerous, and the other half sort of saying that that would be a mistake because Vladimir Putin has certainly shown no intention or sign of making meaningful concessions, and so we should just stay the course. And so I think it will be interesting to watch what the Biden administration does on Russia. Of course, he's been no friend of the Kremlin himself, but we'll be interested to see how that plays out. I would also push back on Ambassador Pojar's point about no interest in the Eastern Partnership and the Eastern neighborhood. I think because of President-elect Biden's focus on democracy and values, he very much sees that region as the front line of freedom, if you will, in Europe. And he was a longtime supporter of NATO enlargement, especially during his time on the Hill. So I do think even if he's not able to focus on it so much himself, his team will obviously make that a priority. And this kind of brings me to the bad, which is not inherently a bad thing, but as Ambassador Pojar mentioned, and General Pavel as well, in reestablishing Europe's role as a true and equitable partner of the United States on the world stage, the Biden administration will outline a hefty transatlantic security agenda and will expect a lot out of Europe on that. We've all seen the headlines and I think come to grips with the fact that the transatlantic relationship isn't going to magically heal. The strategic environment has fundamentally changed, and so has the relationship, and this just means that Europe cannot afford forward to become complacent, especially on defense. And of course, President-elect Biden's tone will be much more conciliatory, but again, that pressure from the US on burden sharing for Europe to do more will not stop. That's why I think we're actually going to see encouragement of European autonomy from Washington. I know the US policy has been a bit schizophrenic on this, if you will, in terms of encouraging Europe to do more, but then not in this particular way that Washington doesn't approve of. But I think they will encourage European autonomy, not as a replacement to the US, but simply based on the reality that a stronger, more capable, and thus more autonomous Europe is actually a prerequisite for Europe to be a real partner of the US. And so strategic autonomy and a strong transatlantic bond are not mutually exclusive. We just have to make sure that these that the EU efforts, are supporting and reinforcing NATO. The other thing I'll mention is that because Europe is not as much of a focus during the Obama years as it has become in this new era of great power competition, I think there's a new task on European leaders to clarify what they're bringing to the table to a new Biden administration. And that should include constructive proposals, not just asking for U.S. engagement, but offering concrete things that Europe is willing to invest in and lead with U.S. partnership. And last sort of set of thoughts on the ugly, and we touched on this a bit in the last panel, but as we face the fallout of the pandemic, which of course is demanding politicians time and effort and resources to deal with health and economic issues at home, taking the initiative on transatlantic security, of course, becomes incredibly difficult. I think there's been this kind of realization that defense spending over the last years has not necessarily helped us prevent things like the coronavirus. So it's tougher to make the case for defense priorities. And I hope this will force us actually to take a more sophisticated approach to 2% in terms of what counts toward our security, since that's defined so much more broadly, making sure we can count things like spending on dual use technologies and cyber that might fall outside of ministries of defense budgets. And we say that these challenges we're facing require more global cooperation, but at the same time, we're just facing these hard realities that will force us to look inward. In the U.S., of course, this is coupled with the fact that the American public is obviously incredibly divided. Yes, Biden won, but 70 million people, nearly half, still voted for Trump and are sort of set in that reality. And of course, President Trump's contesting of the election and stifling the transition process and even restricting the flow of national security information to President-elect Biden does not set a great example for our democratic allies and partners around the world. It fuels the fire of authoritarians who sort of took refuge with the Trump administration. And in the end, I think this will be a huge challenge for Biden to govern effectively. And my last point is just that, as was mentioned, Biden will likely face a Republican-controlled Senate, depending on what happens in Georgia. That will pull him towards the center, I think, ideologically speaking. But he's, of course, facing a strong progressive wing inside his own Democratic Party, which will force him further to the left and divert his attention to domestic issues and probably lead to things like defense budget cuts, even though he has pledged that he does not want to do that. So overall, I just think we need to be clear-eyed about what the new U.S. administration will be able to do in these circumstances, what this means for the transatlantic relationship. Overall, still a very positive development on the whole for the alliance, just doesn't come without its own set of challenges. And I think the closing message is Europe needs to see this as an opportunity to be seized and make sure that the United States and Europe can stay on the same path in the years to come.
There was Lawrence Speranza and her good, bad, and the ugly. Thank you very much. Thank you even for opposing some of the ideas we've heard before. I think it will be very interesting for the discussion later on. But now we'll continue with the view from the U.S. with Susan Cork, head of the Transatlantic Democracy Working Group with the German Marshall Fund of the United States, who will emphasize the hybrid risks and the necessity of the alliance to agree on the new priorities and threats. Susan, welcome.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be speaking with this distinguished group today at such a pivotal time for the transatlantic relationship. I agree with a lot of what Lauren just said, and I think that we should all feel an incredible sense of relief that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be heading to the White House. I agree with Lauren's optimism and, would hope to reassure some of the skepticism that Mr. Poyar expressed. I really believe that President-elect Biden will make a big effort to show that America is back in the world. So I think that the NATO and the Transatlantic Alliance really have a chance to rebuild. 4 more years of Trump would have been devastating. Here in the United States, though, we do have a very divided country at this point in time. So while President-elect Biden will be really wanting to show that America is back in the world, he is going to have to answer fundamental questions to American citizens, too, and make a better case for how does the multilateral system keep us safe, free, and financially secure? How can it succeed in confronting the challenges we face? So we have to be better about convincing ordinary Americans that international engagement and alliances are worth the cost. And for Europe, the challenge is similar. And, I also need to say that, Trump has squandered, we have to be honest with ourselves, Trump has squandered credibility, trust, and legitimacy in America and America's place in the world. Biden is inheriting that. And that trust will not be so quickly reinstated. I understand that Europe will likely suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. I've had a few conversations with Europeans over the past week, and like Mr. Poyar, there's definitely a sense of let's wait and see. We're not that optimistic yet. Still thinking that there will be an isolationist strand in American foreign policy. I have to say, I'm not seeing that. I'm more worried about what's going to happen on the domestic front. On the foreign policy front, there generally has been more, and I'm in the Transatlantic Democracy Working Group. It's a bipartisan group. So I've been working a lot with members of Congress on both the right and the left. And despite the really deep policy differences on the domestic front, I think that on the foreign policy front, that there's a lot of agreement there. So I'm not expecting to have more American isolationism. The pandemic has been really a brutal, devastating test about collective responsibility and shared values. And so far, the U.S. and Europe, to a lesser extent, have not been passing the test. I think we can really believe Biden that his intention to return American foreign policy to values, institutions, and alliances, that's real. But that doesn't make things easy for the Transatlantic Alliance. We're really facing a Darwinian moment, which adaptation is necessary for evolution and survival. A number of the differences were highlighted by Mr. Poyar between the U.S. and Europe, and those are very real. But in order for the Transatlantic Alliance to work, the U.S. and Europe need to agree together on the priorities and threats that the multilateral system must tackle, and then adapt the system to meet the moment. This goes back to our recommitment to the values that undergird the alliance. President George H.W. Bush poignantly said at NATO's 40th anniversary in 1989 in Germany that the foundation of lasting security comes not from tanks, troops, or barbed wire. It is built on shared values and the agreements that link free peoples. And Trump, of course, has not cared very much at all about democratic deterioration, including in countries of the Transatlantic Alliance like Hungary and Poland. But I think, and this is something Europeans can expect, that Biden will be tougher on human rights and rule of law issues. He will likely be supportive of EU efforts to enact rule of law conditionality. On day one, I expect that he will rejoin all of the alliances and organizations that Trump quit. One thing that he's been touting, and I see this as his signature move to show that America is back in the world. He plans to host a global summit for democracy, which would also signal his approach to show greater collaboration between government, civil society, and the private sector. And he intends this deliberately to send a global signal to authoritarian rivals that America intends to hold them accountable to rule of law. So back to the issue of trust, I know that it will be difficult for Europe to trust America again, and the issue of strategic autonomy will continue to be pursued in European policy circles. I really liked how Lauren framed it, though. I don't think that the Transatlantic Alliance and developing greater European strategic economy are mutually exclusive. There should be, I think the Trump years have showed us that there is a necessity of having less dependence, but at the same time being more strategic about how to have shared priorities. And the major test is, how do we define the hybrid threat posed by Russia and China? We know that they are adversarial regimes vested in no less than the destruction of the multilateral system based in democratic principles. So integrating NATO's role more will be critical to addressing those hybrid risks: security, economic, political, cyber, and democracy itself. I wanted to focus a little bit on NATO and its support role in the pandemic, because I don't think this has been that widely discussed. I think it's a really significant outcome that NATO was able to step up as a positive example of how multilateral institutions play a vital role in a crisis. It helped facilitate assistance between member states and prevent a health emergency from catalyzing into a global security crisis. While primary responsibility for health and national militaries, of course, resides with national governments, the coordination infrastructure was instrumental, though. And they were also at the same time able to maintain the readiness of alliance forces and defend against the opportunism of adversaries, specifically Russia and China. So it did show the reactive capability of the alliance, and there does exist a great deal of solidarity still between member states. So moving forward, I think integrating NATO's role more will be critical to addressing hybrid risks. It's been discussed already, but a top priority has to be addressing China. I don't think China has not yet recognized President-elect Biden. They are certainly nervous, and I do think that under a Biden presidency that he will be much tougher on China, particularly on human rights issues. Russia, too, is not probably looking forward to a Biden presidency, although they, like many in the world, are sick of the whiplash of the Trump presidency. So a few people have dubbed it that for Russia, Biden is the foe that they know. Putin's been able to get away with a lot over the past 4 years, and he knows that that is not going to continue. I've been working a lot on Belarus and with Belarusians in the past few months and past decade. I wanted to emphasize that I think it's really critical that the U.S. and Europe stand with the people of Belarus and their demand for freedom. This will be a really important thing in terms of showing Russia that we are ready to stand up and not let them play their games. There have been extraordinary Russian military exercises in and near Belarus this fall, and the Kremlin has been trying a new trick by calling these pre-planned exercises to create a false sense of normality. And, if we don't stand up in Belarus, I think that we can see the Kremlin exploiting more of this instrument of hybrid warfare in their toolkit. So, I want to make a plea to this group that we really need to make the case that a stable, better governed, more open and reliable Belarus is in the security and economic interests of the U.S. and Europe.
Seems we have here a new big topic of hybrid warfare that we'll get to later on through the discussion. Susan, thank you very much. That was Susan Korg, also reacting on Tomáš Pojar, which raised the discussion already from the beginning. Thank you for that. But next, let me welcome Jeroen Dober, European Affairs Manager and head of the FNF Security Hub of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation that recently decided to shift its global innovation hub from Hong Kong to Taipei. So he could talk about China, but I guess he'll be more giving us insights into recent discussions in Brussels and the way the Biden election was received there. Jeroen, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to join this panel. I heard some really interesting ideas already, so I'm going to try to expand a bit more on that, and like you mentioned, also talk a bit more about the way that these messages are received in Brussels and what they're thinking about transatlantic relations, especially in terms of security, is in Brussels now. And to begin, I mean, we've heard it already, but I think it won't be a surprise when I say that the EU has had a very difficult relationship with Trump. There's been the withdrawal from the Paris Agreement, the Iran nuclear deal, the approach to NATO, but also just the general approach to multilateralism, which is, of course, the core of thinking of the European Union, was challenged. And I think there was, after the President-elect Biden was called, or after his election was called, there was a kind of collective sigh of relief here in Brussels, I think, and that was also very much expressed in the way that EU leaders congratulated President-elect Biden. That was done in a very coordinated way, so I think within the hour most of the leaders already responded, and with some you could really notice that they couldn't wait to congratulate Biden on the victory. So some of the usual suspects still haven't, but that's also no big surprise. But nonetheless, I think there's also the realization that we should not expect things to go back to 2016, because that development, I think it was already pointed out a few times, of US disentanglement in Europe's security started already a long time ago, and although everybody recognizes that with Biden the tone might change, the trajectory will not. And nonetheless, now there is this feeling that that the EU has bought itself a bit more time, and Europe, in a broader sense, to take care of its own security interests. But I think that's also a bit of a danger, because that the task is still the same. It's not changed. The task would be to take more responsibility of our own security interests, to develop the capabilities to do so, and to add more values to the transatlantic security partnership if we want to have that shared security umbrella, because that is still the core of Europe's security policy. And what we see now is that there is a bit of a threat of complacency. So it's a bit like it feels a bit like a deadline that was postponed, or an exam that didn't go through. And then I don't know if everybody has this, but I think some people might recognize the feeling that you have that you waste a few days after that to find out later on that the task hasn't gone away, and you will still have to get on with it. And for that reason, I also think that the urgency is still extremely high to start addressing this straight away, and that's for two reasons. One is that in the foreseeable future, I do think that the US will be preoccupied with itself. That can change later on in the presidency, perhaps, in the focus. Within Brussels, people think that that the domestic agenda will determine the US policies in the next year or two. So we should not expect major foreign policy initiatives, and that means that the EU has to take the initiative there. And I think that's also that was already expressed in a way when European Commission President von der Leyen yesterday, also in a big EU ambassador conference, called for a new transatlantic agenda. So there's really that idea of restarting the relationship. The second reason why I think the urgency is very high is that the EU still has a long way to go. So right now it's nowhere near being able to step into the role that the US has in that joint security umbrella. That's not only in terms of capabilities, but also in terms of coordination. I mean, there have been a lot of initiatives to develop in that direction, and that's good, but it will take a long time before that will actually be on an equal footing. So that begs the question: where can we start there, and what direction should we go into? I think with a lot of actors in Brussels, there is the recognition that we should be looking for a strong EU pillar in NATO, and to make that a partnership of equals. And that means that the EU, from the EU side, there should be a focus. I think General Pavel also mentioned that before, on complementing and supporting the development of NATO strategy also in new areas. It would be on supporting defense innovation and interoperability efforts. And one thing where I think the EU can really the EU contribution can really stand out is to engage in new partnerships with global players that share our joint values. A second thing I think is would be to invest. I mean, this is always the difficulty in Europe, but invest. I think, and that's not just to meet the 2%, because I think it was already mentioned that 2% is just a number in the end. But the investments are needed to build up those capabilities. And in that sense, the new budget for the EU for the period of 2021 to 2027 has been rather disappointing. There is a defense line in it, but it's been slashed in the negotiations. And although it's good that initiatives can get started now, the scale is still not sufficient. The last thing so invest, and I think the third thing that I wanted to bring up is that, and this is maybe the most important thing, that I think within the EU there should be a stronger focus on moving from reactive to a proactive approach. So, and it goes beyond also that idea of strategic autonomy, and that goes more towards having a shared strategic culture. And that's really about so once we achieve this strategic autonomy that everybody's talking about, what will we do with it? Right now that's being developed, but the focus has mostly been on those capabilities, and sometimes it feels a bit as if we're developing capabilities for the sake of having capabilities. But it's not based on a threat analysis or an idea what they will be used for in the end. And I do see that discussion is coming up in Brussels. So there's this exercise right now, which was launched by the German presidency, called the Strategic Compass, which I think is a very worthwhile exercise, which seeks to bring together the threat perceptions from different European countries and to come up with a shared strategic analysis of that. So that is a very good start, and then that should all fall, or that should be connected with the capabilities, of course, at some point. But that idea to have a more proactive approach, I think that would be very important, especially now in the transatlantic relationship. So to wrap it up, I would say the election of President-elect Joe Biden was fantastic for the transatlantic partnership. But from the EU's point of view, our homework hasn't gone away, and if we want to pass the test in the future, we better get to work right now.
So we should start working. Thank you very much. That was Jeroen Dobber from Belgium, if I'm not mistaken. But I've heard in most of your speeches, I heard the call for restructuring of NATO. So how do you see the future of NATO? What does NATO have to be like to remain relevant for the security of the EU and the whole world? And I would add, when I heard invest, are the members and politicians willing to invest their energy to NATO restructuring? I would start with General Pavel, because he started the topic. So what does NATO need to stay relevant in those days, years, months?
I would be far from saying that NATO has become irrelevant, but it's fair to say that NATO is going through a continuous adaptation for years now. And Secretary General launched the initiative NATO 2030. He nominated a group of senior experts who are to identify recommendations for NATO further and deeper adaptation to face the requirements of new challenges. So I think NATO is on track when dealing with the current challenges. What I was trying to point to was kind of expansion of scope from exclusively political and military issues into those that affect very much our assessment of security environment. That means NATO should focus much more on receiving experts and discussing issues of energy, environment, climate, social issues, all of those affecting security in this very complex environment. That's one thing. The other is how to make cooperation and sharing between NATO and EU more effective, going far beyond these 74 agreed initiatives that are for years on the list of the two organizations. Coming to more practical, and I like the comment of Jeroen saying European pillar of NATO to being more visible and probably even institutionalized, because this is where I would see the way ahead for proper division of labor without doubling efforts in NATO and EU, trying to build similar or the same capabilities, but rather using those existing capabilities and create conditions for European pillar to act more independently within NATO, using all the capabilities and structures and provisions that are established and well proven. So we have some good ways to go, but obviously they need a lot of work.
Thank you. Lauren is nodding in the agreement, and I know, Lauren, if I'm not mistaken, you were part of the NATO 2030 youth discussions. So what were your conclusions for the restructuring or for future NATO existence?
Sure. Well, thank you for the question, and I very much agree with what General Pavel has outlined. I was part of the NATO Youth Summit on Monday, and I also released a report with SIPA on Monday about outlining my take on a next-gen inspired agenda for NATO over the next 70 years. And so this sort of reflects some of my thoughts about where the security threats that we're facing are going. And, you know, of course, this was informed by a lot of my peers and colleagues, but also from the reflection process that the General Pavel mentioned. Our vice chair of our board at SIPA, Wes Mitchell, is representing the U.S. on the group, so we've had a pleasure to help participate in some of those discussions, and I'm very reassured by where I think the discussions have been going. I think that some of the threats we've highlighted already, you know, capture where I think the alliance needs to go. Number one, absolutely, these below threshold or hybrid threats. I think we are extremely behind the curve in terms of how we're approaching these. NATO has made some good strides in terms of how to tackle these things, but what we really need now is, I think, as Jeroen described it, a more proactive approach. And so I've been writing a lot on this too, actually. I think there's a lot more that NATO can do. You know, I think the misconception is we're waiting for some kind of crisis to break out. We're waiting for some kind of threshold to be crossed, but that's exactly the point of these types of threats, is that they don't cross that threshold, enabling us to act. So we need to figure out how NATO can operate below the Article 5 threshold, which I think is just very uncomfortable and not natural for a lot of our folks at NATO. And I think some of the ways that we can do that, of course, are thinking about the impacts of hybrid threats, not just looking at them as individual incidents and responding to each of those. If we do that, I think we lose the fight. We need to find a way to kind of go on the cyber offensive to get ahead of some of these things and treat them as campaigns. They're ongoing campaigns waged by Beijing and Moscow to undermine transatlantic institutions. And so I think we just need to shift our mindset, and then that enables us to take a more proactive approach to planning and eventually collective action. So hybrid and cyber at the top of my list. I think number 3, I would say, is doing more on tech. I think right now NATO has a good set of talking points on emerging technologies and how that is important to our security. I would love to see that translated into some kind of overarching emerging and disruptive technologies framework. I think we need to codify our kind of strategy and approach to that. And I think we haven't done enough to actually have member states agree on the priorities on that agenda. So really outlining what our key priorities are on tech, and then putting the authorities and the resources behind them to make that happen. I would say also, as we've all alluded to in the discussion so far, clearly the threats that are coming down the pike are more likely to be these kind of non-traditional soft security issues, if you will. So I think NATO's ability to enhance its crisis management capabilities so that we can respond to more things such as humanitarian crises and climate issues, building on its role in the coronavirus pandemic, whether that was the EADRCC or NATO's Support and Procurement Agency, all played really important roles. And I think that's something important to highlight, is where we have value to add as NATO is leveraging our military capabilities to actually tackle civil crises, and that link between even things like crisis mobility and military mobility, using our ability to move personnel and equipment across Europe quickly, is something for NATO to invest more in. And then last 2 quick thoughts, I would just say human security. I think that's a big priority for the next generation, thinking about security in a much broader sense, kind of at the human level over the national level. And then finally, going digital. I think that NATO has a lot of work to do to kind of digitize the enterprise, if you will. Some of my colleagues at the Atlantic Council wrote a great essay on this recently, but really to invest in cloud infrastructure, to use digital capabilities, to think of data as a strategic capability, so that we can actually use that as a tool. Speaking of the weaponization of everything, I think we really need to use data to our advantage.
I would now ask you all to be really short with your answers, because we are really short on time. But I would like to hear a reaction of Tamás Polyar. From your point of view, what does NATO need?
Well, first of all, NATO is a military alliance, and it's as strong as its military capabilities are combined. And I think we should really focus on it. I have no problem of talking about strategic autonomy, but if you do not invest into your own military capabilities, or if the European countries do not invest into their military capabilities, there is not going to be any strategic autonomy. I agree that soft issues and hybrid issues are very important, but at the end, if there is a war, it's also about jets and tanks and persuasiveness of that use. We can see that in Nagorno-Karabakh, in Syria. We can see that in many places of these days, and it will not change. So let's really focus on its mission. And once we as Europeans will be investing in our own capabilities, we can have strategic autonomy. And once we do really invest, then we should be, I think I'm pretty okay, pretty fine. And I don't see any dangers that the Americans would leave us alone. But if we do not invest, then the Americans will leave us alone because we would deserve it. They will not be fighting another war on our behalf once we do not want to fight. And I didn't want to be pessimistic in the beginning. I'm, by the way, quite optimistic. I just wanted to show some frictions and some challenges, but I strongly believe that if we do try, we can make a transatlantic alliance working, and it is functioning these days, regardless of all the troubles. But we really must try, and we cannot take it for granted, because then it's gonna die out. And I have never lost my trust in America. By the way, in any American president I have experienced in my life, and I think that my trust in America is stronger, unfortunately, than trust of the average European, and especially average Western European. So I didn't want to be pessimistic. I strongly believe in US.
The next question I'll take from the audience. Alexander Weiss is asking, are worries about China's mounting global influence uniting European-American relations over a common concern, or straining transatlantic relations due to differing strategies? Susan or Jeroen, would you have an answer to that question? So yes, Jeroen, please. Oh, Susan is now unmuted, so Susan starts. Or Jeroen.
Sure.
Yep. Susan, the stage is yours.
I would say that the U.S. and Europe have been both identifying the threat of China as one of the major challenges, that it had until recently been more focused on the economic dimension. And so far, the U.S. and Europe have not come together on kind of a shared blueprint on how to deal with China. I think with the Biden administration coming in, the U.S. is going to be tougher on China, and that may cause some strain with the European approach. But I think that it really is necessary that Europe become more clear that they can work together, integrate the EU and NATO into dealing with Chinese threat, and also in related to the previous question too, in terms of NATO and China excellence in terms of how it has weaponized with Russia the cyber and disinformation space. That's an area where NATO needs to do a better job. They kind of touted during the pandemic that they were able to debunk and address in real time the Chinese and Russian propaganda. But really, that was more of a PR exercise. NATO, in order to really address the Chinese threat and be acting in coordination with the U.S. and Europe, they really need to invest more in having cyber capability and more capacity to respond in a more technical way. So in terms of how NATO needs to reform and the multilateral system needs to reform, they need to be better able to address the Chinese cyber threats, and also address another major thing that the U.S. and Europe need to work on together is it's clear that China is not withdrawing from the multilateral system. Instead, they are embedding themselves and trying to change the system from within, such as what they've been doing within the UN and the Human Rights Council. So the U.S. and Europe, the two things I would say they really need to work on together that should not create tensions in the relationship and should not be controversial is working together on cyber and working together to blunt China's attempts to undermine human rights standards and international organizations and multilateral institutions.
Thank you for your view. And Jeroen, what do you say from the European point of view?
Yeah, I think the answer to the question would be both. I think it's both straining and bringing together European countries and the US, and also European countries within Europe. I think what we see at the EU level is that the engagement of China at the EU level is very limited. There's not so much interaction with the institutions. It really focuses on interaction at the member state level. So it's kind of like a classic strategy to engage with member states individually, and creating situations where very often it's difficult to take action because there's always a member state which has a certain interest in a security situation. So in that sense, and that also applies to the transatlantic relationship, I think. So in that sense, I think it's straining. On the other hand, I think that beyond the national interests, I think there is a shared understanding of the strategic threat of China for Europe as a whole and for the transatlantic relationship. So everybody does recognize that. So I think that will be the main challenge, to kind of go beyond thinking about national interests and really thinking about the interests of the European Union and of the transatlantic relationship. So that will be the main challenge. I think the understanding is there. It's just difficult to act when you have national interests that conflict with it.
Thank you very much. We have really short time. We've already taken 4 minutes over. But I have one more question. I would really like quick answer for that. Tomáš Paták is asking, 2 weeks ago, Reuters reported that it had been decided that the US and the UK would be allowed to participate in PESCO on an exceptional basis. What does this mean for the future of transatlantic relations? Wow, General Pavel, who's going to answer that? Yeah, Tomáš Pojar, I can see.
It's good. It's good news. It's definitely good news. US should not be excluded. If the US would be excluded, it would not be to the benefit of PESCO, and it would not be to the benefit of transatlantic cooperation. So good news.
Something to add, General?
I fully agree.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you to all. I believe that you have given so many remarks that everyone got the answer for their questions, even though I haven't read those questions. So thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
So now we'll move to the closing remarks, and I'm quite happy that it won't be up to me to do that. Let's see. Lots of topics we've talked about, many different views we've heard, and I wouldn't like to be the one to summarize it all. Luckily, I don't have to, as for the closing remarks, it's my pleasure to welcome here Milda Matatiunaite-Bios, the Director of Transatlantic Leadership at the Center for European Policy Analysis. Milda, I'm happy to welcome you here, and I think it's quite a difficult task for you, but you'll manage definitely great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hello, good morning, and good afternoon to the audience in Europe. So much to the organizers, particularly SIPA's Denton Transatlantic Fellow Alumni Sharka Prague, for inviting me today to speak at such a timely moment for the transatlantic community. And I'm the director of the Transatlantic Leadership Program at the Center for European Policy Analysis, widely known as SIPA. The Transatlantic Leadership Program focuses on cultivating the next generation of leaders rooted in transatlantic values and principles. The leaders are equipped to face the 21st century challenges, bolster cohesion of transatlantic alliance and Western democratic unity. I'm honored to share my remarks with the like-minded individuals who see the importance in reinvigorating the transatlantic relationship and partnership, but also understand that there are fundamental challenges ahead. The relationship between the US and Europe has gone through many challenges over decades, but in recent years it has become even more strained in many ways. The opening remarks of our keynote speakers and distinguished panelists today, I would like to highlight that in the last 4 years, Allied security and defense had indeed strengthened, but the political cohesion within the alliance has greatly suffered. From democratic decline to disagreements on environmental issues, trade wars, and divided approach towards rising influence of China, the relationship had become increasingly complicated. To make it worse, the global pandemic had an overwhelming impact on our societies and took a toll on our economic well-being. The pandemic also gave ground for adversaries in our societies, political tensions, and causing fear and uncertainty about our future. Rather recent history, the transatlantic bond emerged from like-minded democracies that came together to stand against totalitarian regimes and ideology, which became a bedrock of institutions such as NATO and EU, underpinning the geopolitical West. What made the West and transatlanticism so attractive to those denied basic freedoms on the eastern side of the Iron Curtain and made Eastern and Central European countries so eager to join the EU and NATO after the Soviet Union's collapse was the core principles of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. But if we take away this joint historical experience and shared memory, we might find ourselves searching for a compelling answer to a question what binds us now in this fundamentally changed world, as many of the panelists alluded to today. Today, the West is confronted with increasing threats and challenges to democratic unity and transatlantic cohesion. These challenges have internal and external dimensions. Internally, European cohesion has frayed in response to an onslaught of economic, political, and security crises, as countries pursue divergent paths to solving these problems. The appeal of democratic principles and values, particularly among the youth, has been waning in some areas, even in consolidated democracies. Citizens' grievances and discontent in mainstream political parties is giving openings to challenger movements from the right and the left. And more recently, the continuing controversy over U.S. presidential election demonstrates faith in fundamental fairness of democratic institutions. And for many, no longer a given amid a political polarization that often generates echo chambers and conspiracy theories. Authoritarian states, Russia and China especially, are exploiting divisions in democratic societies for disinformation attacks and other forms of political warfare. These trends are unfolding in the context of an ongoing global digital transformation, which presents opportunities for malign actors to weaponize digital communication platforms and emerging technologies to create chaos, generate fear, and influence public opinion. Meanwhile, China's astonishing rise over the past 3 decades suggests that prosperity can indeed come without freedom, a new paradigm that is inspiring autocrats around the world. The pandemic that appears contained in China has also hit much of the West particularly hard, repeatedly ravaging economies on both sides of the Atlantic as most governments fail to halt the disease's second wave. Amid these challenges to the West, striving for political consensus on core policy issues and public support for shared democratic values and principles should remain a core pillar of the Transatlantic Partnership. Based on the foreign policy agenda outlined by incoming U.S. administration, namely focusing on climate change, democracy promotion, and China, we should be seeking a revived relationship with the EU, which is encouraging. In order to strengthen transatlantic cooperation on defense and security, reinvigorate economic partnership, and secure political cohesion, we must first and foremost open the door to the future generation of leaders, include diverse and underserved communities, and integrate all sectors of society, from public to private, to the decision-making process. With much well-deserved credit, NATO has been particularly proactive, as Lauren alluded in this regard, invited leaders to participate in NATO 2030 reflection process, to provide recommendations to the organization's leadership and contribute to the future vision of NATO. It's a great example to us all. It is also crucial to reiterate what defines transatlantic relationship, but also take into account the interests and priorities of emerging priorities in the changing political and social environment. Task that we must face, and I strongly believe this myself, is collectively finding ways of informing our societies in real time, with a particular focus on the general public, finding proper communication channels to do so. We must take a creative approach towards making a clear connection between foreign policy priorities to basic citizen needs and communicate the relevance of the policy issues to the domestic agenda as an integral part of national security and economic interests. In the digital information age, we cannot afford to exclude the society and general public from the decision-making process, as we risk in critical support for important democratic processes. Societies lack information, yet have excess of disinformation. Therefore, it is critical for political elites, experts, influencers to focus on developing efficient platforms for strategic communication. Communication that is based on decentralized and informal cooperation between state and civic society, at the core of which lies mutual trust, which leads to a sustainably strong and resilient democracy. The final point that I would like to make is that the next 4 years, without a doubt, will be another term of challenges, trials, and learning experiences. However, having a team of experienced diplomats and competent policymakers in the new administration who see the urgency of developing a forward-looking agenda and working closely with our European allies on shared challenges gives us real hope. The important part will be our individual and collective ability to adapt, innovate, and establish mutual trust on both sides of the Atlantic. We must also focus on reaching out to communities outside of the Washington bubble and Brussels bubble and include diverse communities to the transatlantic debate. The way to achieve this is through fostering people-to-people relationships, increased networking, sharing experiences and expertise, and learning from each other. Inspiring exchange between generations is also crucial. Those to whom virtues of the West seem self-evident, and those who were born into issue-based ideologies, could also serve as a platform for sharing diverse ideas, foster innovation, and offer creative solutions to the 21st century challenges. Thank you very much.
And I thank you very much. You've really managed to cover all the topics. Thank you for being here with us and for all your closing remarks. That's it.
Thank you.
I also thank to the organizer, being a European Liberal Forum, and the partners. Thank you all for being part of the International Conference Multiple Challenges for Transatlantic Partnership, and I hope we'll not challenge the partnership, but we'll strengthen it. Have a nice day.